Hello friends, welcome back. Today once again we are here with the Masters Colosseum number 6, which means we are... Oh, what I thought of, I'm trying to set everything up properly. We're watching game 2 between Ryung and Lambo right now. Beautiful. Yeah, game number 2. As we can see, it's beautifully laggy once more, as it has been all these days. Now, I have been told that I can enter the games on Battle.net myself if I really want to. And I definitely really want to. So we're gonna, be sure to be in the correct region and be all set up for that. But for now, I'm just gonna have to make do with the live feed, which sadly is kind of laggy. I wish it wasn't the case. I really wish it wasn't, but that's just the way that it sometimes is. Let's see if I can turn this sound down just a tiny tad. That does sound a little bit better in my ears. That sounds great in my ears, actually. As we see, ooh, double starport opener here coming out of Ryung. Yeah, what's up, Cartman? Good to see you around. So most likely going to be mass battle cruisers here, off of 2 bases. Now Lambo hasn't scouted yet, is not playing pneumatized carapace, so it's going to be very rough for him to deal with this, to figure this all out. Lambo's one of those players though that against very tricky builds often doesn't take so much damage because he has a well-working brain. Reaper gets taken out as well. This game is going to be played on Central, so that's nice for everyone involved if you're European. Oh, wait, what? It's actually going to be double port banshee over here. So second starport is... I really thought for some reason that this... And he's also skipping cloak altogether. This is a very wild build order that I kind of appreciate here. It is not, or maybe barely going to get scouted that there is something researching on that starport. But that doesn't mean a whole lot, just seeing the research on it. Because oh, it's going to be cloak and banshee speed at the same time. That is actually really cool. I really like that. Because this is something we almost... Well, not almost never. We never see this. How's he going to take care of this? So, you want high queen counts, obviously. You're going to need spores. I'm not sure if a Lambo is buying it or not. Lambo's throwing down a roach horn, so he's anticipating Mech or a 2-base all-in. Which... he's correct, because this is going to go into Mech most likely. I've never seen a double port Banshee. Well, sometimes it goes into Bio, but it's very rare for double port to go into Banshee. To go into Bio. Most of the time it's going to just straight up be Mech. So that's kind of what I'm expecting here as well. Triple spores go down, 4 gases go down at the same time as well. So we have the ability perhaps to create a Spire. Maybe blindly even place it. How good is Spire against this though? Do you even want to get a Spire in this case? I don't know. I really have no clue if you want to. It's going to be pure roaches for now, so 2 more factories get thrown down. And I think Ryung is going to move out with, 4 Banshees. A bunch of Hellions. Hey, what's up, Jedi? I'm glad you liked that video. Tonight we're having a banger hiatus as well. If you thought yesterday's video was good, tonight's video is going to be significantly better. Let me tell you that. Well, significantly even better. Hey, what's up everyone? Sorry for the laggy view once more. This is of course the clean feed that we're working with. There's really not so much we can do about it. Banshee's going into the main base. I didn't even know this. No, I did know this. 1, 2. If you have 4 Banshees, you're 2 volleying queens, which is freaking huge. Lambo still has very high supply. Legit just messing Banshees. That's hilarious. You legit never see this at this level. So far, Ryung hasn't really killed any workers, though. He's mainly just been killing queens. He's gonna get a cancel on this 4th base, but the roaches, or... Is this roaches? Yeah, roaches making their way across the map. That, of course, is a pretty decent risk, because there's Hellions at home, and if the Banshees just go home, I think you clear all these roaches absolutely for free. Now, Lambo is quite far ahead worker-wise. So it's not the biggest of deals. So once again, laggy stuff. But yeah, this is going to get cleaned. 69 workers to 55. That is a 4th CC that is going down there, not a 3rd. 3rd has already finished up, I think. It is flying back over to the 3rd base right now as well. Pneumatized carapace. Double armory. See what these 6 banshees can do. 7 banshees can do. Honestly, the difference between 4 banshees and 7 banshees is practically 0 in the interaction with queens. The difference, however, between 7 and 8 banshees is huge. It goes from 2 volleying to 1 shooting, which is obviously massive. So I think the goal should be to get up to 8 banshees and then try and trade with queens before air units hit the field. I don't think that Ryung's going to be capable of doing that because air units are about to hit the field and, well, it's not really trading with anything right now. There's a lot of queens out. Hellions make their way in towards the natural. There's no lynx or roaches to deal with this. That means we're going to see a couple of drone losses right now. 11 new drones are in production, but you'd rather not lose those drones, so you just have 11 extra workers. Lambo kind of getting outplayed here by Ryung so far in this game here on Grasvan. At the same time, there's no significant anti-air force. These are the first Thors that are actually starting. There's legit nothing that shoots up. What did Ryung expect? What did he think was going to happen? Did he just think it was going to be more roaches against his Banshee force? What a rookie move here as he ends up losing a bunch of tanks. Now starts to panically build these turrets, but his 3rd base is in shambles. These stores are still very far away. Banshee's trying to go for a base trade, but enough queens at home to deal with it. I think Ryung is going to end up losing every single worker. Yep, 35, 36 workers. Lambo isn't smiling quite yet, but it is about to pop. It's these cheeks, they want to go up to the sky, my friends, because he's very happy with this. Lambo desperately needs to win some games if he wants to make a chance of getting out. If he wants to have a chance of getting out of this group. So yeah, this isn't it. Banshee's trying to come back home. Orbital command as well. Being forced to lift off. I mean, this game is uber over right now, right? 41 works to 76. I'm gonna keep an eye here on the actual in-game as well, so I don't accidentally miss this one. This game is completely over anyway, so no one's gonna care about that. Well, some people are gonna care about it, but yeah, it is over. Oh. Need to quickly mute this again. Can't believe they keep playing this music so loudly. It's very annoying for me. Okay, I'm trying my best to get in there in game. Where's the GG counter? Oh, this is not the cheesiest man alive, is it now? And thus, there will not be a GG counter today. Alright, we'll play it like this. I'll screw myself for a little bit. I think that's going to be just fine. Okay. Sick. When is the new Cyclone IO this video dropping? Not anytime soon. I don't think the Cyclone is very broken, but I could be wrong. All right. Hello everyone. Hope we're all ready once more. We're in the lobby for the next game, which is going to be Babylon. So we're the final game of Lambo versus Ryung. We can have a look at the overall bracket in a little bit as well, if you guys don't mind. So far, Lambo in his group is 0-2, has lost to both Cure and to Dark, taking one map against Dark. Now taking a map against Ryung as well. He's going to need to win every single series from here on out if he wants to have a chance of advancing. And even then it's going to be difficult. I just got an ad on my own channel on YouTube. You absolutely hate to see this stuff. Is this on the new patch? No, this is all going to be played on the current patch. Put it in the title so people can stop asking. I wish it was on the new patch, my friend. Oh boy. I hope that any tournaments, especially online tournaments that are coming up that don't have EPT points on the line, I wish they would all just play on the new patch. Just so we get more data. I think it's good to get data. And also, it's more fun to watch games on the new patch, in my opinion. You know that something is exciting when multiple people that haven't played in a while start messaging you. Like, I get a lot of Discord messages in general, most of the time, from people that are into StarCraft. But the moment you start getting WhatsApp messages, or someone like that you used to go to high school with sends you an email that they're excited for the new patch, then you know that it's, you know, it's like, oh, oh, boys, we're back in business, baby. And so I'm kind of excited for just the entire new patch thing. I think it's going to be very fun. I'm looking forward to it. And I'm honestly, like, seeing the responses and seeing my own response to how much fun I've been having, I kind of wish that there is more regular interval patches. Just like, I don't want to say every 6 months, but I almost want to say, like, honestly, every 6 months. Like, maybe every year, just kind of some type of reworks, and then every 6 months, maybe some minor tweaks to units. You know, it doesn't have to be anything massive or anything crazy. Just, oh crap. This thing was still going on in the background. That's my bad. Sorry if that was very loud. Let's hope this is the correct levels as well. I think it is going to be. Score is 1-1 between Lambo and Ryung. Let's have a look. I used my Rolex coupon to buy a 15k watch, but the discount didn't work. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I know that a lot of... I didn't know you could resell watches that easily. But a lot of people, they just... I guess because the very high-end watches, they don't lose value. They actually appreciate over time. Because they tend to stay in good condition, I guess. I wasn't aware of that. But the other day my in-ears were broken while I was at the gym and I heard some guy bragging about his watch collection. And how important it is to take good care of them. And how much money he was making as well. I feel like this is the #1 thing that people do at the gym, is they talk a little bit too loud about how well their life is going. About how much money they're making. Who they're having intercourse with. That type of stuff. Maybe I actually never noticed it at my previous gyms, but at the current gym I'm at, whenever I'm overhearing a conversation, because my in-ears, I'm very bad at charging my in-ears. Like I have the Apple Pros, whatever you call them, the Bluetooth ones. And I always forget to charge them. It's just a stupid concept that you have to charge in-ears. But I do like the cord-free stuff, so I got them. Well, actually, Shopify gave them to me. And I've been using them. I've been happy with them, but I keep forgetting to charge them. So I'll be biking to the gym, and then halfway on my bike ride, which is like 6 minutes to the gym, they'll kill themselves. And then I have to overhear other people's conversation for the next 45 minutes while I'm there, and it's awful. There's something about the gym that just brings out the most surface level in people when it comes to conversations. I'd much rather have people just hyping each other up. Let's go! Push it! I mean, that's kind of inspirational, but... This guy legit spoke for 25 minutes about his watch collection. And always with exact prices. And then every single time he mentioned like a ridiculous price. Like, yeah, I paid like 35,000 for this watch. But he would always, you know, add the context that there was no issue for him because he has loads of money anyway. So it would be in the middle of a story. You know, it's like, yeah, that watch cost me like 35k and I bought it from a guy who was like, it was rich, you know, like nasty rich. But, you know, 35k for me, I can afford it. It's no problem. And it's like literally for 20 minutes straight. And the other guy was very impressed by it. Like, wow, that's crazy, you know? I was just sitting there with my in-ears like, holy crap, this is annoying to listen to. Talk about something else, please. But I can't really say that because they probably thought they had the privacy of me having in-ears in, you know? Yeah, life isn't fair. All right, let's see. What are we going to be doing here? We have a little bit of a run by as Ryung manages to completely clutch this one out. Mule is going to be taken out as well, pretty much for free, which is going to be good. Music is too loud. For some reason, my YouTube app makes it so that I can't read the chat anymore. I'm very sorry. Is it better now? Like, my YouTube app is so ridiculously bad, it hurts my brain. He could sponsor the GSL by what he wears on his wrist. And you know what's the best thing? It wouldn't be a lot of money for him either. You know, he could just do it like that. That's the crazy part, you know? I'm sure there's some people that could sponsor that money, but they wouldn't afford it as easily as this guy did, because he could buy the GSL 5 times over, and he wouldn't even notice. You know, it's not a dent in his bank account. Yeah, it wouldn't matter. It's better. You think the intern broke? I think they reverted the patch. I think last night or 2 nights ago. So the patch, they did break all the replays, but the game is not broken anymore. So that's nice at least. All right. Orbital Command flying over towards the 3rd base right now. Double armory. So once again, going to be Mech. This is a very greedy variation of Mech, as it's working off of a single factory and popping out a double armory. So quick upgrades. Usually if you see an armory this fast, you would say, well, he's going to have one hell of a 1-1 timing. But actually, it is the contrary. Well, not the contrary. It's something else that is going to hit hard. And that's going to be 2-2, because you usually don't have the production yet to hit a hard 1-1 timing. If you want to hit a really hard 1-1 timing, you probably want to get factories first and then armories. And if you want to get a 2-2 timing, this is what you want to be doing. Lambo, however, I don't think he's quite going to let it get there. He's getting the pneumatized carapace, so it's completely possible that we might see a bit of a queen drop roach all-in of all 66 workers. There is one Evo chamber, but I'm sad to say it's not quite researching something. 2 factories on the way, these banshees popping out as well right now. 8 more drones coming out. No 4th base quite yet, which is somewhat surprising, I would say. Lynx are now trying to go in towards the main base as these Hellions are popping in and out, attempting to deal some damage. So far, no bueno though. Is this the German taxi? It might actually be. This might be the German taxi. As these overlords indeed are going to drop a couple of queens on the other side of the map. Might even see a roach drop heading in towards a main base as well. It's going to be 6 queens, so indeed German taxiing it up. There is 3 banshees out right now, and this build order really revolves around staying alive with the help of banshees, because roaches cannot kill a Terran player if there are banshees out, unless queens manage to join the push. But queens usually can just walk across the map. A queen walk is pretty bad against Terran. In this case, however, it might just be barely viable. 2 tanks are in production. It's going to be the first 2 tanks of this game. Hellions moving on forward as well. It's 11 cars. SCVs moving back home, as Lambo wants to do more than just deny a 3rd base usually with a build like this. He's heading in towards the natural right now. Starts by taking out a lot of these depots. These depots are burning down. Queens have been dropped. Tanks in the back shooting. Queen's actually kind of nice, you know, a bit of a distraction here for these tanks to shoot at. We now see some better target fire. 15 workers do go down, so we get a lift up on the queens. Lambo's going to try and drop him perhaps on top of this tank. No? Lambo's just deciding to move back home right now. His 70 workers to 46. Throws down a spire. I think a 4th base, perhaps even a 5th base at the same time. Could have tried perhaps to drop some creep tumors over here at the 3rd, but decides it's not quite worth it. Could just head out for another push, as Ryung is spreading himself quite thin with this movement. Hellbat's morphing once again. 4 banshees, of course, a lot of damage output. That is going to be big as these queens are being destroyed one by one. Lambo perhaps committing a little bit too hard into this. He's going to lose a lot of roaches if he does not get the connection with the SCVs now. He could actually be in serious trouble. Yes, he managed to clear everything on the ground, but doesn't do any real damage. He's lost a lot of queens. He's continuing to push, did not drone up behind this. Don't forget that Ryung already is at 1-1, has a 4th GC on the way while there's no 4th hatch yet. I think Lambo really overcommitted here. Ay. This is going to suck massively for the German Zerg player, for the Shopify Rebellion. This is a really important game for him as well, because if he loses this, He's not 100% out of the group, but he most likely is going to be out of the group, as he will have lost 3 matches. And if only three people go through in a group, going 2-3 is not a great score. So this is kind of painful. Links are being produced as the first Muta's also on the way. Thor's already coming out though, so much better than last game. Ryung this time is going to be in time with his anti-air. We have an 8 link drop, perhaps heading towards the main base, maybe wanting to drop on top of these tanks. Also going to be a possibility. SCVs are being pulled off the line. Let's see what these links are going to be capable of doing. What do we have? What do we have? Well, just an 8 link drop towards the main base. This is not quite going to cut it majority of the time. There is a Thor available in the main, one-shotting these links. Banshee pops out at home as well, and yes, the Thors are going to keep this safe. 2-2 has started on the side of Ryung, as Lambo now desperately needs to try and get some damage done here with these Mutalisks. Start by attacking the tank. Will barely get it maybe here. Targeting down individual SCVs is quite a decent move. Thor's completely out of position, now moving forward. Lambo continuing to take out depot after depot after depot. Muta count is at 12. Not quite enough to dive on top of a turret and a Thor, but perhaps good enough to at least control the map for a little bit. It is 81 workers here for the German Zerg player against 64. Second Evo chamber now coming out as well, as more Ravagers and Roaches are in production. Muta's just really controlling the pace of the game. Poor SCV control out of Ryung there as he loses 5 more. Absolutely not necessary. His third base was already secure, and the fourth base could just send the Thors over there. Did not quite wait for that though. As a result, ends up losing quite a few units. Here we go. Surround on the cars. The Ravagers, they do their job properly. Bailing speed being researched to spine crawlers. And another Spore. I guess that's going to be for potential Hellion or Hellbat run-bys. We do have Blue Flame on the way as well. And this is just straight up Thor after Thor after Thor. I almost feel like that Ryung is perhaps overcommitting into the Thor just a tiny bit. Because there's not that many Mutalisks here. It is what? 12 Mutas. And right now we have 5 Thors already. That is plenty. I think a couple of rounds of tanks wouldn't really hurt the project here. +2 vehicle weapons already done. So, once again, I'm really feeling a 2-2 timing push. That could be hard for Lambo to deal with. That's a 5th CC. As these Banshees are being pushed back. Mira's going to try and catch him. Should not be successful in that. These Banshees are just a little bit too speedy. Oh, his base could actually get cancelled here. Babylon a pretty good map for Terran usually. 35 Banes now on the way. Lambo setting up for a game of 5th denial. Please do note that the current patch that we're playing in this tournament is not the patch with the Cyclones. So this is, well, people would refer to it as old patch games, but it's really just a live patch. It's not the proposed balance changes quite yet. Here we go. Planetary gets taken out by these Banelings, and there's no backup orbital, no backup planetary here, no backup command center at all. Lambo, despite overcommitting one time earlier, now is doing a pretty decent job trading. Just need to be careful that he doesn't stay too long. You do not want to overstay your welcome against Terran Mech, because if they hold and you have nothing to remax on, life could be very difficult. The Ravager count is growing. Ryung's worker count is just kind of pathetic right now. He's starting his 3-3. Vipers are going to be a big thing here. The name of the tournament is the Masters Coliseum number 6. It's a Chinese hosted tournament by the same guys that run the World Team League. It's 40k US dollars on the line here. First prize, I believe it's 16 grand. That's kind of nice. Corruptors are hitting these Banshees. As Ravagers moving forward to once again try and deny a base. This is a real important game. I've mentioned it before for Lambo. If Lambo loses this game, he's probably out of the tournament. However, if he wins this game, he still has a fighting chance. Adrenal glands just now starting. As this command center is moving towards the far right side. disruptors trying to fight against the banshees. So Greater Spire is also on the way. I wonder if Lambo is planning on going for the Broodlord rush. That seems like a mistake because the the Thor count is already high enough and the upgrades for the Thors are really solid as well. This is going to be quite a big Baneling push coming in here. 34 Banes. What are the upgrades on that? Just +1 though. Could be an issue. Usually the goal of the Zerg is to infinitely deny the 5th base of the Terran player. And so far Lambo, when it comes to that, has been doing a pretty decent job. I think the path to victory here for Ryung usually would probably be considered building Ghost in the late game and playing Ghost Mech. This time, however, because he's in such a poor position right now economically, I wouldn't mind if he decides to go for a 3-3 timing attack. You know, tries to clean some things out on the left side, maybe with Hellions, create some space for himself to move forward here. Doesn't seem to be the case as the new 2 barracks do get constructed right now. Gonna bring the total of barracks up to 3. We have a Ghost Academy as well. We have a new command center on the way, but it's going to be hard because Lambo is super ready for any type of move out towards a 5th base. Hellions are moving towards that left side right now. Spine's not quite ready and in position. There's no vision here whatsoever for Lambo. These drones are gonna get roasted. Do we have Burrow available? No, we don't. Drones need to pull away from that location for now. Spinecrawlers do get taken out. Not a single Viper actually has been produced quite yet, which is interesting, to say the least. Kind of surprised by that. Does have Neural Parasite, but also no Infestors. Literally no Spellcasters at all here for Lambo. How are you gonna break a defensive Terran like this without Spellcasters? Guess he doesn't really want to break his opponent quite yet. Very low on the worker count, by the way. And I think this might actually be good. It's going to allow him to take better trades here, as Ryung is in Ultra Turtle mode right now. Once again, Overlord's moving forward. Ghost count is starting to grow up to 4. It's not growing very fast, but it is growing nonetheless. There's a Raven with his army already. Anti-armor missile is going to be a useful tool to have. As we see Lambo setting up here with the speed boost on creep. He's probably gonna try to break this. No Vipers in this army comp. A lot of tanks down here, so this area can't really be utilized. There's about 5 tanks that won't be in the fight. Here we go, moving forward right now. No Hellbats really to connect with. As Lambo with some nice bios is going to be taking out a bunch of tanks over here. And now needs to retreat. He's going to end up losing some Corruptors. He's going to be fine with that. He's not planning on using those. Still no Vipers in this army is a little bit worrisome. Planetary is finally setting up. But 37 Banelings might have something to say about that. Now, do note that up until this point, Ryung has had pretty decent economy. But right now, Natural mined out. 3rd base pretty much mined out. 4th base, we see a couple of these patches that are getting very low on minerals. This 5th base is instrumental in him coming back into this game. If he can't hold this 5th base against the next push, he's going to be in serious trouble. There are currently no tanks in position to deal with this, as Lambo is going to try and crush this base. And succeed he will as well. It isn't just trying here. It's going to surround this Thor Ghost Hellbat army as well. Tanks definitely trying to move into position. As all SCVs will get taken out. Thors get blasted as well. And Lambo, I think, can taste the sweet taste of victory in his mouth already at this point. Continues upgrading. Did not have any carapace upgrades up until now. But it's 133 supply against 193. There's a massive bank still as well for our German Zerg player who's starting to build Infestors. He's getting his burrow as well. We have a medevac on the way for Ryung, so maybe to help, well, I guess increase the HP of these ghosts is going to be a nice little goal to have. Ryung is going to try and pivot towards the bottom side of the map right now. So that is somewhat interesting. Lambo believes that he has properly denied this top side. Does have a link down here for spotting as well. Sees the command center fly over. This is actually the perfect scout. There's 74 banelings out right now. And that means that Lambo should be capable of doing some magical things over here with this army. I mean, I don't really see a way for Ryung to hold the next push without taking major damage. It is 15 tanks though. It is 15 tanks and still 0 Vipers. Army supply is surprisingly close. Where's the infestors? Infestors are around, do not have enough energy for a neural. I don't think this base is here to stay alive though. That's the thing really, isn't it? Valve's trying to connect with his command center will succeed. Good start of the fight though, I think, for Ryung. Takes out about 15 supply of the opponent, hardly lost anything. Needs to be careful not to lose his ghost. Army supply, about 20 apart at the moment. Army value, heavily in favor of Lambo. So we're expecting Lambo to win the upcoming fight, or at least get a decent trade. And that's really all that Lambo needs, right? Deny his opponent's 5th base, get decent trades. That's the plan that he's going for. He doesn't need efficient trades. So far he hasn't been getting them either, and yet the situation is fine. It's because he's outmining his opponent by so much. He's taking 2 of his opponent's bases at the same time, which is kind of big. Oh, they actually are moving in over here. This was a pretty poor fight though. This was a really poor fight. I think it was, what, 26 to 24. Now it is 38k to 26. Not saying that Lambo's losing this game, but he did just lose a lot of units. Biles are connecting. So Ryung starts moving out on the map. I thought that Lambo had this game, and Lambo perhaps thought that he had this game. But that setup was just a bit too powerful. Oh no. Lambo, 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 Lambo. Expanding at so many bases at the same time. Now, oh, he's getting his Broodlords. First 3 Broodlords are being constructed here. He's going to attack the bottom side at the same time. I like this. So he's going to give up this base while transitioning into a unit that can clear the mass tank. Lambo realizing that there hasn't been a single Thor out in quite a while. So this planetary is gone. This was still a good trade for Lambo, base-wise that is. So we see Ryung just scouting this top side. Sees there's a hatchery coming up. It's going to piss off that hatchery, that is. This orbital command has set up once more. We have another orbital command flying towards the top side right now. It's going to take a while though to get there. Look how poor Ryung is. Look how poor he is. 49 workers, no bases to mine from. This base is empty. This base practically, well, 4 mineral patches. Natural, completely empty. So we're really mining off of 6 mineral patches total right now. There's a lot of gas in the bank available for Ryung, but that is not going to cut it. Lambo has maxed out, and Lambo, on top of maxing out, also has no bank anymore. He has a very valuable army though, but we've seen armies like this disappear before. It's all going to be about the Broodlords. Can the Broodlords connect with the tanks without the Ghost connecting with the Broodlords? That is the main question. If the Ghost get the snipes off, that would be huge. Here we go. Ryung trying to move forward. Loses 1 Ghost for free. Lynx moving in as well. Banelings in the far back. None of these tanks are sieged up. Anti-armor missiles going to connect in a big, big way. Broodlords just kind of floating behind for now, but I don't think it quite is going to matter as the Banelings push back all of those Ghosts. It's 80 supply against 147 as Lambo doubles his opponent's army supply. And that means, with his orbital command falling dead, Lambo is going to win this game, and with the game as well the series. Very nice indeed, because that means that Lambo stays in the tournament for now. And that is solid. I should just get out. Oi. Calm it. I'm gonna have a look to see what we're doing up next. It's going to be DRG versus Cure, which is actually a pretty high tier match. That's going to be played on Korea, I believe. So am I allowed in there? I thought I read something about Korea people not being allowed in. So I'm just going to figure out exactly with the production of the tournament to see what's kicking off there. But my ping generally to Korea is very good, so I'd be sad if I wouldn't be allowed in. Because I'm the king of ping. My internet is so good, it's crazy. What round are we in at the moment? We can have a quick look. So here, I'll just show you my screen. How do I do that actually in this scene? Oh, would you look at that? So, why does this look so weird? Oh well, it is what it is. Let's make it a bit bigger. So this is on Wikipedia. As we have... we just saw Ryung versus Lambo. We'll refresh. And then we'll see immediately what's kicking off over here. So Lambo will be 1-2 in total matches. Ryung right now is 1-1. Ryung has taken out DRG, which is good for Lambo, I think. So if Lambo beats Cyan and DRG, Lambo is 100% through, I think. Is he? Yeah. Well, no, that's not true. Ryung still needs to play against Dark. So Dark needs to beat Ryung. And then if Lambo wins all of his matches, he's safe. Which would be huge. Absolutely huge. So that's the main thing here. Do you think Broodlords needed another nerf just watching the last game with Lambo? Well, this is the current patch. So it's not the new patch. So Broodlords are the same as before. Do I think Broodlords need another nerf? No. I think the thing with the Broodlords is that, yes, it is nerfs to the Broodlord as a unit. But in general, it's more about changing the design of the units and moving it away from the Broodling design. The free unit design, I think. So that it has a, you know, a different type of use. I thought it was current patch, I just thought the Broodlords were meh. It's not new patch, it's the proposed. So you have the proposed patch, and then you have the current patch. But maybe the terms are confusing. Maybe I should just call it old patch. But that is not truthful. I'll call it the old patch in the title, so people don't get confused. You don't get the Broodling thing? The matches in Korea server only allow casters in Asia in. That's too bad. So we'll have to watch the clean feed. But the clean feed is really laggy right now. Oh well, it is what it is. Sometimes you can't have everything in life. At least we'll get the cameras, that's nice. If you want to complain about a race and unit complain about the ghost, it counters every single unit Zerg has and makes it impossible for pros to take a good fight. But I don't want to complain about a race. I agree though, that if you were going to complain, I think the ghost is a good unit to pick. Generally. The ghost, like you have my sympathy very quickly. It's a good unit to complain about. You don't get why fix it? Okay, so... Oh, nice. We're allowed in anyway. So I think the problem with free units, that even if it's a race gimmick, that doesn't mean it necessarily should stay in a way. Like, imagine the Terran race gimmick was that they would get, like, drops of minerals just landing into their base. And this has been something that's been in since the start of StarCraft 2. But it just provides very turtley games because Terrans know that they're just going to continue getting these drops. So all Terran needs to do is turtle, right? Imagine this is the case. Then I don't think a good argument is like, oh, it's always been like this, or oh, that is part of the race, we should keep it in. If it makes the game significantly worse to play and to watch. Like, I think I'm also not super... I don't know. I think I don't care so much about this type of stuff, like being lore accurate or things like that. I just think Broodlords are really freaking awful when they spawn a lot of Broodlings, and You're just fighting broodlings again and again. It's the same if you're when you were fighting against infested Terrans. It feels like you're not really dealing with anything. Goes with crab banelings and double healing on medevacs. Wait, what do you mean double healing on medevacs? There's no double healing on medevacs, you know, right? There's going to be a Caduceus reactor has higher energy regeneration on medevacs, but not double healing. That would be proper busted. The value of the unit was from how long you could keep them around. It's like the opposite of the Bane, where you want to use as quickly as possible to replace it. Okay, we're in the game. There's some discussion going on how they want to do it, but I have a very simple plan. If you don't lag, then you can stay in. So my plan is just to not lag at all. It's really easy. Like all these other casters are worried and making trouble. Wait, what's happening here? They're rebuilding the lobby. I think it's the wrong game. I was kicking off here. No, it has to do with lag. Nothing to do with the Koreans being racist. It's because the EU to Korea server, sometimes observers lag the game, which is very frustrating, obviously. So they try to get us leave. You see, there's like freaking 12 casters in there, like 8 or 9, whatever it is. So it's like, you know. Why do observers lag the game? It's because they have maybe crappy internet connection or maybe a crappy connection to the Blizzard server. Like there's many reasons why someone could lag. Some people have a computer made of wood. It's really sick. So I brought my laptop upstairs so I can watch my dog at all times. I have a camera on dog, so I'm watching a live stream on the side as well. Because my dog has massive diarrhea, so sometimes I'll need to take him out real fast. If I see him at the door, then I know it's time to go. But I have absolutely bonkers internet. I think I have like 1 gigabyte up, 1 gigabyte down. No, I think I have 800 up and like 1 gigabyte down. I think that's what I have right now. Just like freaking fast. Why do they have to be in the same game? What a silly system. Well, this is the way that Blizzard infrastructure worked when the game was created. Like, obviously, it would have been better if we had a Dota-like system where you can just watch any game as an observer without an issue. That would be super sick, but it's simply not the case. So, you know, what you gonna do about it, Chief? Like, there's no shot that Blizzard is gonna change that. It's also not possible with their setup, I think. Like, absolutely impossible. Pure. DRG. Babylon is the map. Alright, these were the introductions. Blizzard is dead, milking the remaining products and won't invest in infrastructure ever. Well, it won't recode the entirety of the StarCraft 2 online portion. So that, you know, the StarCraft community can have a slightly better observing experience. Like, there's just no payoff there. Even if Blizzard still had an active development team, I much rather would have that they put those resources somewhere else. This is such a minor issue. Is this tournament completely online? Yeah. Most of the tournaments are completely online. Except for GSL and DreamHack Atlanta, Intellect Stream Masters Katowice, Home Story Cups. That type of stuff. The reason the game is fun isn't because it's perfectly balanced. Yeah, but I don't think the Broodlord... I think you're the guy that wants to defend the Broodlord, no? The problem with the Broodlord is that it doesn't provide fun scenarios. I think that is the problem. That's why it gets nerfed. That is the design philosophy, at least. Is to make units that are really boring or create stale or bad scenarios and bad gameplay. Is to change them so that they provide better gameplay. Like... I don't think a race having a gimmick necessarily means that it's very fun. And if you really care about this type of stuff, it's still the same in the campaign. So you can play campaign and co-op, and that's absolutely fine. But I think in competitive, you care about the type of games that are being produced. And the Broodlords, if you look back 6 months before the last Broodling nerf, Zerg would have no incentive to ever attack Terran, because they could attack their own Broodlings and then send in waves of Broodlings to kill a turret one at a time. Which meant that we were basically watching like a 60-minute game, like Broodling Simulator. Someone just making more Broodlings for free the entire time, and every minute 3 turrets would die, and you would maybe deal 400 damage to a Thor. And this would force the Terran to all in into you. So we got a bunch of an hour and a half games in which absolutely nothing happened for a majority of the time. Then the Broodling there got nerfed, and at least that scenario got destroyed as well. Like, I don't think that is a bad thing. I think that's a good thing. If something gets identified to produce absolutely piss-poor games, and this is now the optimal way to play in a certain state of the game, then I think it is completely fine to remove that, if your goal is to have a fun game. Like, I think that is the beauty of most video games, is that you can do that. And that with regular sports, you can have scenarios, or you can have teams that just play like complete, like a resident sleeper, like insanely boring gameplay. And you have to watch this crap because you can't buffer nerf certain things. Like, you can have a team in the Football Champions League that is just literally defending the entire time. And then they win with a counter-attack goal. Like, it's literally no fun to watch at all for the average football fan. The only reason why football fans find it fun to watch is because it is their team that is doing it. You know, so there's a massive... that's literally the only reason why people are okay with it. I think in StarCraft 2, people are less fans necessarily of individual players and more so of an entire race, a faction, or just they like seeing good StarCraft games. And I think that is something we should cherish. So the moment something really boring appears, I think it is a, you know, it's not a bug, it's a feature that we can fix that. I think that is a good thing. I don't want to be watching like Broodling Simulation for the next 5 years of my life. I just go do something else then. Like, that doesn't sound like fun at all. You only watch StarCraft when Maru plays? What are you doing here, brother? You just have your eyes closed? You're just reading the chat? Or are you lying? It's a true YouTube chat enjoyer over here, my friends. He isn't watching StarCraft, I swear. Just here to read the chat. Okay, so far in this game, what has happened? Absolutely nothing. Banshee's tried to deal some damage. Cure is a 3cc enjoyer in general. It's gonna just play some bio with a tank push, most likely. Has 6 cars out. This is just the Cure standard. It's gonna try and deny a little bit of creep. Try and take out the 5th base as well. So yeah, I'm excited for this game. You have double hatches as well being constructed. Don't you think Zerg needs some way to come back in terms of cost efficiency trades in the late game after being behind thousands and thousands of resources? I mean, if you want Zerg to trade better in the late game, like, you could buff these things. I just don't think that spawning 3 broodlings is the way to go. Like, it doesn't create fun scenarios. So I'd rather have experimentation with other options. Whether that's going to be a stronger Ultralisk or a changed Broodlord. Like, I don't care what option it is. For all I care, you make the freaking Roach have a Hive upgrade to make it slightly better against tanks or something. Like, I don't care. I just think that Broodlings generally provide frustrating gameplay to watch and frustrating gameplay to play. And these are things that you want to avoid, and it's fine to take out the Broodling to a certain extent. In my mind, at least. It's not like I'm the guy in charge of balance, but I am happy to see that this happens. This is going to be a difficult one to break, by the way, here for DRG. He needs a very good fight, but he needs to wait for 1-1 as well, because Cure's 1-1 is already done. Okay, here we go. He's fighting 15 seconds before 1-1. That is so surprising, and apparently a pretty big mistake, as Cure is going to completely destroy his opponent, picks up, goes in towards the main base as well. There's not enough links to quite deal with this, so this is going to get stopped too. 2 more Banes coming in. No pickup, as Cure is going to lose his medevac, and about 9 Marines will pick up the final 7 Marines. At the same time, topside base will get taken out as well. 2-2 has started faster here for Cure. I think he just pretty much won with the first push out. Impressive gameplay here out of young Cure. Fantastic stuff. Creep tumors here being taken out one by one as the double medevacs also start boosting across the map right now. Middle creep is still available. All the other creep is pretty much gone. And you see Cure setting up for a timing attack here that I don't think will ever be stopped in a million years. Like, I just don't see a way. Oh my god, no, piss off DRG, you can't fight that. Like, Cure is just going to move towards the top of this ramp and win this game, is what I'm saying. Stim. No stim, just pick up. Also fine. God, I'm loving this. These tank positions are bonkers, by the way. Look at this. It's covering so much and is so well hidden. He could drop like 8 Marines over here. Instead, he's just going to move command these Marines back. The tanks continue shooting. As a triple drop heads in towards the main base. There are spores in position, but I'm not sure if their position is good enough. No micro at all here out of Cure. I'm not quite sure why that is the case. Loses a medevac for free. He's going to take out an Overlord as well, but this game is looking pretty darn bad right now. No target fire on individual banelings. He's just going to boost out, not take any risk. This is typical Cure. He has a fort base up already. 2-2 finally finishing up. And with 2-2 against 1-1, I think this Marine Force might jump into action. If he can snipe both of these banelings before the fight really happens, I think DRG might be in a little bit of trouble here on the top side. Once again, the tank push moving towards the bottom. There's enough medevacs here. There's 4 tanks. Is there double factory? Yeah, double factory out. Big scan coming forward. Yeah, this is a fight that DRG can't take. Absolutely can't take. 2-2 is about to finish up in 10 seconds, and that's going to help out. This position is legitimately insane. Like, if you don't get the creep up here quick enough, it almost feels impossible to ever break this. Tanks continue to shoot. 198 supply to 164. No micro out of Cure at all here, which is what we call a rookie move. At the same time, he's going to get cleaned up on the top side as well. DRG getting fights that are way better than his position warrants. Like, how is it possible that he's getting fights in general here that are even remotely decent? I don't understand. He's going to try and bust his position right now. 170 supply to 143. Once again, a drop into the main, but we know there are spores there. Alright. He's gonna lose 2 medevacs for free and once again pisses off. For how good Cure's early game was, he sure is making it difficult for himself. He's trying his best to lose fight after fight, and he's been succeeding to a certain extent as well, which is kind of painful to watch. 3-3 has started. Hive is on the way for DRG. If DRG manages to tech into Vipers, that would be a big deal. Once again, no control whatsoever on these Marines in the middle out of Cure. DRG just doesn't have the supply to break this, as Hydras barely managed to touch these tanks. Cyclers, Banshees helping out as well. The drop returns in towards the main base as 2 Marines will take out a couple of these workers. And now, I think this might just be it. There's not enough Banelings anymore. GG gets called, and Cure wins game number 1 here on Babylon in decisive fashion, mainly due to the early game. I didn't really like what he was doing as a follow-up there at all. I think he was making some serious errors. I'm 72 years old. I've been playing StarCraft for at least 55 years. I'm still Bronze League. Simbar, do I suck? Maybe it's best if you just quit. I try to be supportive for most people that play StarCraft 2. But if you've been playing StarCraft for 55 years and your heart stuck in the Bronze League, that is not a good performance. Okay? That is the opposite of a good performance, actually. That is a piss poor performance, my friend. Extra YouTube day? Yeah, I figured we go on YouTube. So, because I knew I was going to be casting this tournament, right? And if you want to watch on Twitch, there's loads of people that are already, you know, casting this tournament on Twitch. But I know that some of you guys, you're at work, you want to pretend that you're working, but Twitch is blocked. So you can't watch that. But if it's on YouTube, then it's fine. So I was like, I'll please the YouTube crowd today, you know? Well, we'll have a good time. Just for the YouTube crowd. That's how I am as well, you know? That's what I do sometimes. Eat a stroopwafel on stream? I might ban you on stream. What about that, huh? How about that, son? Do you ever agree with an IOTA's video submission? Sometimes I think the argument is quite good. Where it's a strong argument, but then I watch the game and it's just a lie. Like, I think too many people just tend to lie on their submission forms for whatever reason. And that doesn't really help their case. So it's like, if it actually went how they explained it went, then yeah, maybe you know. But it never really goes the way that they say it goes. Most of the time, it's just 1 or 2 very big errors by them. And then that's about it. Sometimes it's a lot of small errors. Like, sometimes I get absolutely delusional games. I tend to not throw these on, but I've had some absolutely delusional ones. Now, I'm not gonna say which race people most often are when they're delusional. But it's not the alien race, and it's not the bugs either, okay? It's the guys with the guns, if you know what I'm saying. There is something about the guys with the guns that just attracts the most delusional type of person. I don't know why that is. But it is always the Terrans. For some reason, the Terrans, they just sit there. Like, I'll have a Terran game with a guy who builds 3 Liberators, queues them up into 3 bases, kills 5 drones, loses all 3 Liberators to a Spore, and then calls it successful harassment, or completely out multitasking the opponent. And I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, how... And I know that they're not joking either. Like, sometimes you can read that they're kind of in on the joke, you know? It's like, imbalance, but they don't, you know, they don't truly believe it. The Terrans are truly delusional. I don't know why this is, but it is actually true that the entire faction, everyone that plays Terran, and I notice it myself as well, this is the worst part, is when I play Terran myself, I notice that it starts happening to me. I'm getting frustrated by things that are just my own plain incompetence. You know, I'll lose my Reaper into an Adept and I'll flame the other guy for building an Adept. This is really the level of things that Terrans complain about. Completely brain dead. It really is. I just want you to see a game where someone macros completely or better than their level and see every run by stop by a stasis ward vision and watch you smile the entire time. Good old stasis ward vision. God, I'm so glad we have that. Oh my god. I don't think the Bucks had many IOTA's complaints. No, well, if you're winning half of the Premier tournaments, there's not a whole lot to complain about, is there? It's like Jeff Bezos complaining that that his yacht doesn't go quick enough. It's like, all the other guys are in like rowboats. It's like, guys, the third engine on my super yacht, I don't think it's quite, you know, it's not quite doing its job properly. Could we get a buff on that? It's like, mate. The other guy just swimming. Yeah, obviously Jeff is not going to send in the IOTIS complaint. What's wrong with you? Okay, it's going to be triple Reaper opener here for Kiar, as he follows it up with a factory and a third CC. So triple CC into probably some type of a 2-1-1. Yeah, the stasis word change I don't understand. I have no clue who put this in, but he's one of the good guys. That's all I know. Yeah, he got that one in real nice. DRG in a bit of trouble here, as he's taking a bit of damage on that queen. The Viper change I can kind of see, because this will not have an influence at all at higher level games. And a lot of lower level players might struggle with it. So this is like some weird quality of life change that will not really influence balance very much. I think that is really all it is. I think generally the Balance Council is kind of open to quality of life changes that don't influence balance very much. Like, if there is a way to make the life of lower level players easier without necessarily removing the skill ceiling, I think that is a fine thing to do, and I think this contributes a little bit. I don't think it does a whole lot, but if it helps a little, then that's fine. Like, there are some issues that are actually very difficult to solve at lower level without influencing higher level. Like, if you're thinking about things like Widowmine drops and stuff. Like, honestly, the Widowmine drop is one of the things that I get the most complaints about. Like, just people tell us, like, yeah, the Widowmine drops are so hard, you know? It's like, it's difficult. Or like, battle cruisers at the lower level are super broken. Like, legit super broken. They're very strong by themselves. They have Yamato, so they shoot other big units. And on top of that, they can teleport. So, like, literally everyone that doesn't know how to counter them, which is most people up until, like, Masters 1, freaking hate battle cruisers. But the battle cruiser is legitimately pretty terrible at extremely high level. So this type of issue, I think, is so difficult to solve. And yeah, you need like very specific... Like, first of all, you need very good understanding of why it's so hard to beat at the lower levels. And then, without completely destroying the unit at higher level, try and fix that. What is the best counter to BCs? So... like, I can tell you how to counter it, and you will tell me that it won't work. But most of the people, when they lose to BCs, should have just killed their opponent before. Or they should have out-expanded them by, like, being up, like, 55 workers the entire time. Because you can't safely tech into BCs 99% of the games that I watch. It is not possible. That's why you never see it at higher level. And if they do get there, Oracles plus Tempest and a Mothership. If they jump on top of your Tempest to Yamato, you recall your army. Oh my god, this is a huge all-in. I'm sorry, I've been completely not paying attention to the game here. That's my bad. Combat Shield's gonna get cancelled. I wonder if the best thing to do here for Cure is to just counter-attack. Well, definitely not, because there's plenty of roaches available. This is a real cool all-in here out of DRG. He took the forward base, didn't take the rich gas, and just pumped out an infinite number of Ravagers anyway. It's gonna take out the first tank, and I think he's looking to pick up the first victory for himself here in this series. 1, 2, 3 more biles raining down on that tank. The Marine count is low. The Marine HP is low as well. Let's not forget about that, because the Combat Shield is not going to finish up. These bad boys are going to drop, but it won't be enough. DRG takes game number 2 and will tie up this series. This is potentially quite bad here for Lambo, as this makes the group a little bit more complex. Before, if Lambo would just simply take out DRG in the match they have still to come today, Lambo probably would win, as long as Dark beats Ryung. He would go on to the next phase. But if DRG beats Cure, then this group becomes really funky all of a sudden, and that is not quite what you want as a Lambo enjoyer, of course. Scout more and know what you're scouting. Yeah, it's like, this is why BCs are so difficult. Because at lower level, no offense to majority of you, but you guys have no clue what's going on majority of the time. And that's fine, because you can play your own build order. But PCs kind of ruined that. And then once the teleport is out, pre-splitting army is way more difficult than teleporting across the map. Like, the battle cruiser at low level is legitimately busted. What about the Zerg counter to BC? So usually you just get a group of corruptors. I think you get 4 corruptors for battle cruisers. So if they rush out BCs and go into mech from there, you can get corruptors and then you get infestors afterwards, if you want. Neural parasite is really good. So you neural them and then you can teleport the battle cruiser while it's neuraled, so it can't escape anymore. You just teleport it right next to the location. If you fungal it, that is also a good move, because they can't escape. So yeah, that's all usually very good. But you want to start with corruptors. But this is difficult because you need to have them very quickly as a response. And in order to have them quickly as a response, once again, you probably need to scout. And that's where it goes wrong for a lot of people. Units that kind of have a counter naturally. Like, for example, if I'm massing Stalkers against Terran, that's not going to be much of an issue, right? Because Terran players have natural counters towards Stalkers majority of the time. And even if I get some carriers out, that's not going to be a massive issue, because most Terran players will just have Marines by default. So they already have some type of counter. But the Corruptor is not a unit that you generally have. Like, you need a specific counter for the BC. And that's what makes it so difficult to play against for a lot of people, because they're bad at scouting. So if there's any solutions to that problem, I'd love to hear them. But I'm not aware of them. How can I counter Stalkers as Terran? I tried everything, but Marines don't work. We tried nothing. What is it? We tried nothing. And we're all out of ideas. There we go. We tried nothing and we're all out of ideas. That's the one. So we agree that Terran is OP below Masters 1? No, I don't think that's true either. That's the funny thing, because Protoss has the same type of crap. I think Protoss all-ins and Zerg all-ins are really good. I think... Because... By the way, how's the sound? Are the sound levels correct? For me, the in-game sounds are a little bit low. But it always is a little bit low in my monitor. So if you guys have any complaints, be sure to tell me as well. What sound? They're low? I could up the game sounds a little bit if you want. Increase it a little bit. Maybe I should just do it at the sound level. Just up this a bit, like 37. Is this better or too loud now? A bit too loud. Too loud for me. Well, you is all I care about, my friend. I'll take it down. I shouldn't have upped both of these at the same time. That was idiotic, obviously. Up the music volume a little. Sound effects to 32. I'm an idiot. Is this good? Pause the game. I want to watch the Reaper micro. PP. 1 minute, please. I'm changing my sound by 2%. Can you please stop playing, guys? Why are we on YouTube today? I honestly forgot that today was a Friday. I've been sleep deprived for 3 days now, my friend. So it's hard for me, okay? The days are all starting to blend into each other. Oy, 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 oy. We have the banshee over here. 2 Hellions as well. 1 Reaper. What position do you play in football? I used to play the... Do you call it the left back defender? The left wing back maybe? I was a bit of a... I was a bit of a terrorist in football, though. You know, there wasn't a lot of football coming out of me. There was a lot of... we kicked the ball, you know, to the front quite a bit. And then, you know, we tackle and we win with headers. That was really the majority of my football career, I think. Like small passes I could do as well. For someone that had invested a significant amount of time in playing football, I was very bad at it. I was literally the guy that you see sometimes on the ladder with 25k ladder games stuck in bronze 2. Actually play in the lowest division possible. It's like, and I was one of the worst of my team. It's like really scraping the bottom of the barrel here. Alright, what do we have over here? 2 banshees as a spire comes down for a DRG. Bailing nest on the way as well. I feel like these banshees are gonna get 5 kills. 4. Come on, 1 more. Do it for me. Do it for me, buddy. 1 more, baby. Let's go! Oh, okay. Not so much. Spire's on the way, so it's a very different type of game here. This is the power of Dongre Gu as well, of course. He's capable of playing many different styles. Let's actually go first person here. One of these observers. Let's see what these observers are up to. Now I can keep my hands behind the chair as well. Ooh, a little bit of a lynx around here. Attempted links around at least, as Banshee's once again going back into position. Gotta get 1-2 kills here. Third one, not so much. So now the question is... A, is Cure aware of what's kicking off? Hasn't seen the gases here. Hasn't seen the Spire. If Cure pushes on the map and gets cleaned up, I think this would be a very big deal. This is really the entire point of the Mutalisk. Is either it counterattacks as the first push is hitting, or it completely destroys the first one. It's going to be a counterattack. Banshee's maybe in some trouble as well. SCVs are going to start falling. What does Cure do? Does he go back? No, he continues the push. He believes that he can do it. There are 7 Banelings out. Baneling speed is still very far away from finishing, as 12 SCVs have gone down. Combat shield is vulnerable though. Can he go for this? He might be capable of doing that. Tank about to... Oh, it's gonna die. More Marines being rallied out as well. DRG not microing the greatest here. No centrifugal hooks yet. He's gonna go in. This is going to fail massively, isn't it? Yeah. Of course, without centrifugal hooks, you're not gonna get the connections. The tank stays alive as more Banelings get morphed in over here. DRG should have given up this base. What a blunder. What a mistake. Oh no. What a... That was really bad. That was not good. That was not good. That was not good. Oh, stuck to the party. If he just... Like, he has a base going up here. He's just killed 16 workers. He pulls away his drones. Waits still Baneling speed. Which is what, like 10 seconds away? I think it would have been a good situation for him. At least a very playable situation for him. DRG has indeed been cured. How tall is Harstem? I'm 0.8 zealots tall, exactly. How large is a zealot? What's the next match? Let's have a look. Oh, it's Ryung versus Cyan. That's actually kind of hype. Pop some of these in. When I was at school, I was captain of the 6th 15 rugby team. Not sure how. There were 17 legible players. You're captain of the idiots. Kind of what I am as well. Oh no. Do you like stroopwafel? Yeah, I don't mind it. I'm not much of a... What do you call it? A snack man? Do you call it... What are these things called? The little, like the cookies. Like pastries? Is that a pastry? Stroopwafel pastry. I think it's a... Is it a pastry? No, it's like more of a... It's a cookie, I guess. I just don't eat them very much. In general, I just don't eat... I don't eat too many snacks. One of the snacks that I really like eating, generally, is the seaweed, you know? You can have the... Not the limp ones. I want the... I think it's like roasted seaweed or something. I can take some real fast. What's the chance that they're gonna start the game without me? Actually, the chance is pretty high. Okay, I can get it in like 15 seconds. I'm freaking fast. Meow. Made it back in time. Made it back in time. I wasn't even the last high tier. No, so it's these. We get them at the Koreans, not the Korean store. Like it's just an overall Asian store. See this? See it? Oh, it's a mirrored camera. But it's empty now. I'll clean it up later, don't worry. Clean up now and put it on the table, otherwise I'll forget. Okay, so it's these. It's called seasoned seaweed, actually. Sometimes you also have the limp ones. The seasoned ones always are much better. So like this is kind of... Come on, focus on it. So usually what you do is you kind of wrap it around, like you put some rice in here. Come on. Camera, track this thing. So you put some rice in here, then you fold it double, and then you eat it. I just like eating them. It's quite good. The problem with these is that if you eat them like a normal person, so you kind of close your mouth, the like individual things get stuck to your lip or to the side of your cheeks. So when you eat them, quick tip. You can already see some getting stuck. When you're eating them, quick tip is you need to... You see, one stuck to my lip. That's what happens. The sushi ones are not the seasoned ones, though. Just, I think. Sushi ones, because they need to roll them, right? The way that they make sushi is you have these very large ones. So if they're not going to be as crunchy as this. Because if you would fold this like you would roll a sushi, this would just break. So the sushi one is a bit more wet in a way. I also have those. They're called different too, usually. You can also use them to make kimbap. This is the first game of this series, right? I think it's the rice that makes the sushi nori flexible versus roasted nori. Really? I thought that in general you also just need the thing to be a little more, yeah, just a different feel. You know what I mean? They feel different. I have some of the sushi ones downstairs. I could get them. We could do a test where I wave both of them. I could make some rice as well. And then by the end of the stream, we can make sushi. Actually, with my laptop, I could make a cooking stream over the next few days. How exciting would that be? Is Cyan any good? Never seen them, but they were okay in Final Fantasy. What? I don't know, man. Cyan is pretty good at the game. He beat Dark yesterday in one game. Should have actually won 2-0. Like, all games were in his advantage. No, one of them he had no chance. Actually, 2 games he had no chance. I have a great story about Cyan, though. So, during the Coronos, he was stuck in Europe, I think, for like 30 days or so. Or stuck in America something. Because of the weird rules that you had with lockdown in China. He had to stay in Europe for a longer time. I can't exactly remember the details. I just remember it all sucked massively. And back then, a lot of the professional StarCraft 2 players at night, we would play Dead by Daybreak at night. And Dead by Daybreak is like a semi-horror game where basically you're getting stuck in on a map, and you have to fix generators, and then the doors open and you can escape. And one guy, so there's like 4 guys running around trying to fix the generators, or 5 generators maybe. And then one dude is the killer or the monster. And he runs around and he hits the dudes that are trying to heal everyone. Dead by Daylight, is that what it's called? Yeah. What did I say? Daybreak by Daylight? Dead by Daybreak? Yeah, whatever. Dead by Daylight. It's the same. Yeah, come on, you knew what I was talking about. You guys are being obtuse again. It's unbelievable. Here I am sharing a fun little story about my life. And all you guys can talk about is that I said Dead by Daybreak instead of Dead by Daylight. This is unbelievable. Where was I? Right. So, usually, we play games and we were pretty freaking bad because we played like 10 games total or something. And Cyan, I think he's played over like 5k games. And he always did, he always played the exact same killer. And he was freaking good. He was like the highest rank as well. And, you know, he was buzzing around and we had no clue what to do. He knew all the maps by heart where people would hide, that type of stuff. Now, usually, if people are way better than the rest of the party, because it's kind of a party game, you know, you would either hold back or you'd ask to play a different role. But what Cyan would do, he would be like, hey, I'm killer. He would pick his killer, always the exact same killer, an absolute one-trick pony. He would win the game in 3.5 minutes. And then we'd queue up again and be like, hey, Cyan, maybe it's better if you become one of the guys that repairs the generators. And he'd be like, no, I'm killer again. And we're like, all right. He kills us once more in 3 minutes. This happens like 5 times and no one wants to play anymore. You're just getting destroyed by this guy again and again and again. He doesn't want to do anything else. He's so sick. Yeah, we kind of killed the Dead by Daylight boss for us. Freaking Cyan. He was very good at the game though. Who's gonna lose the sentry here? This is kind of painful. The entire early game is kind of painful, honestly. Double Reaper Hellion as well. Did lose 8 workers, or still down 8 workers. Lost 2 workers total. Barracks are too fast though for this to be very good for Cyan. If Cyan would, you know, if Ryung would have gone for the 1-1-1 behind this, I would have liked Cyan's position. But Cyan scouted and then still lost a lot of crap as well. Like sentry, 3 workers. This is not ideal. Very far from ideal. And his Nexus is so late too, which sucks balls. Absolutely sucks balls for him. Let's see what we're gonna do. Ryung's build is actually very good. I love this build order. Usually not a fan of double gas stuff, but this follow-up seems super tight as well. Ryung in general is someone that has tight follow-ups. He cancelled Blink, is that intentional? No shot. But he cancelled it earlier, you mean? It probably was intentional, I just didn't see it happen, so I can't comment on it. My bad that I missed that. It's going to delay his charge as well. It's now getting a Robo Bay on top of that. This is a very interesting early game. Not super familiar with this style. He's playing 3 gas. Low gateway count. High probe count. I don't know. Hey Captain, sorry if I missed this, but how come you're on YouTube today and not Twitch? I just messed up the days, honestly. I just kind of forgot that today was a Friday. And also, I think it's fine, because, you know, the YouTube and all that. It's easier for the people on YouTube to watch them, because there's so many people already streaming this on Twitch. Did you enter this tournament? No, I didn't. Well, I tried to, but I got killed in the qualifier twice. Alright, let's take a look at this game, actually. We have another big warp in. He opens up with disruptors. This is actually pretty ill. I love it. So this is just a medevac with 2 Reapers. I love that Cyan is respecting this as well. He's like 3 Stalkers, battery in position. These 2 Reapers, they ain't entering my mineral line. This build is actually not bad. Cyan is in a very good position, honest to God. No? He's up 3 supply. He has a way to deal with mines, which is really the only tool here that Ryung has. Ryung has a really late 3rd base on top of that. Raven gets taken out. If he just clears these mines one by one, I think these zealots, this is not the play. I don't think this is the play. I think this is not the play. This is the only way that Ryung wins this game, I think. I believe that Cyan should be capable of winning, but you're exposing yourself with this type of move, I'm afraid. No, I cleaned it up nicely. Like, there was no reason, because there was nothing of importance here anymore. So what you can do is you just patrol the zealots over here, make sure no reinforcements arrive, and then after 1 or 2 extra warp-ins, that's when you go. Because then you completely crush it. Now it feels like Ryung still kind of has a chance. And also the mines just dealt more damage than they ever should have. If you don't properly clean up a Terran army, it's always really difficult to get a fort base up. Or it feels very difficult to get a fort base up if you don't have Colossus. Prism definitely going to help as this mine drop gets spotted. Armory on the way. Ghost Academy on the way. Don't use... No, don't do this. This is a mistake. You can only warp into your opponent's main base if you also have a threat going on at the same time, which is definitely not the case. Stalker's moving out of position, cannon going up in the 3rd base. Natural, however, is empty. Pylon is going to scout this. Cyan needs to respond right now. I think a recall here would be viable. Yeah, this is the correct call. Blink in? Eh. I think this was worth it. As a Colossus starts, what would I personally like to see here? I think a 2nd Robo and a 2nd Forge are both... Oh, 2nd Forge is out already. And he went for the Dark Shrine rather than 2nd Robo. In general, Cyan is really keen on the Dark Shrine, which I'm okay with. Okay, mine is starting to get spread across the map. As you see, Ryung trying to get some kills here for free. It's going to cancel this pylon at least, that's nice. Good vision, although no vision on the very far left. Zealots now moving forward. Disruptors moving in position as well. We have 4 Disruptors. We have 2 Sentries with a lot of force field energy available. Why would he do that? He hit nothing. No? Also lost a bunch of Zealots on the way. Not super liking how this is looking, honestly, for Cyan now. Yes, he's up in eco, but that was actually pretty piss poor. He's gonna need to start +3. He's getting 2 more robotics facilities. There's no Prism anymore either. I think Shadow Stride is important. I think DTs could be important. Honestly, there's no turrets in position at all. So a DT per base could actually just straight up win the game. It's one of these rare scenarios in which it would be good. Nothing going on here. 184 supply to 168. Nice, he's gonna expand his vision. I think Ryung has kind of wrestled himself back into this game though. He's going up to 8 barracks, which is... no, 7 barracks. Which is surprising. I think if someone starts with Disruptors into Colossus, you can probably straight go into Lips and you can kind of skip the Vikings. Could be wrong on that. We haven't seen a single ship weapon upgrade either, so perhaps that's why he doesn't want to add a second starport yet. This is a push with potential. This is an army that can defend the right side. Absolutely not. This is a tease. This guy's a real tease. Just keeps moving in the line of this Widow mine. This guy was getting blue balled massively, but does get the shot off in the end. Didn't get the kill though. The Marines and Marauders made sure of that. Poor lad. Hate to see it. We now see Fusion Core, second starport on the way as well. This is an issue. DTs get spotted as well at the same time. Good target fire on that Disruptor. This is a bad fight here. This is a real bad fight for a Protoss player. As Ryung's gonna get the dub here most likely, unless he really messes up the splits. I think he just has too much. Wow. What a decisive fight here out of Ryung. Not something people would have expected, perhaps. This can happen, of course, if you're Protoss. Because our army just generally sucks. It's just the weakest race. We can't help it either, you know? Look at a fight like that. You see a Colossus, you think to yourself, ah, Colossus, they're good. The guy's just up with Marauders and Goats, and all of a sudden it's not so great anymore. +3 over here. I'm about to finish up, so we get +3 attack, +2 armor versus the same exact upgrade. And this is just looking piss poor right now for Cyan. It looks so good though. I like this guy's opener. Cyan has impressed me in the past few days. I'm gonna say that much. He really has impressed me. This base is going to get cancelled once more, but then when we get to these later game stages, it does feel like he falls short. Fifth base is up now. We have more command centers being thrown down. DT gets blasted as well. And I guess this is one way you can play, is just getting a couple of DTs out, hoping your opponent needs to spend EMPs on that. If Ryung just consolidates his army here, I think he's going to be capable of winning any fight straight up. 6 Disruptors, is that enough? No, I don't think so actually. Oh, nice little pickup. Oh, little pickup. Pretty large pickup actually. Very large. At the same time, there's a fight over here. I didn't quite catch it, but I think 2 Disruptors went down. Honestly, if Ryung just puts 2 of his armies together, he's going to be fine. These DTs are being super annoying. They're forcing these, well, they're forcing Ryung to pay attention at home, which is annoying. Advanced Ballistics about to finish up. There's no vision in the middle of the map. I think we might have a base trade here. I honestly don't mind this too much for Cyan. If he's fast with the Disruptor shot, that could be big. He needs to hit though. He needs to hit. He's going to hit pretty big. That's a lot of Marauders going down right away. Couple of DTs warping in at home. Base trade. This is probably the best chance that Cyan is going to get this game. Taking out 1 or 2 bases while still having a standing army here at this 4th base. Or well, whatever this base is right now. Not half bad. He's going to lose these Disruptors pretty much for free, which actually is pretty bad. Okay, never mind. Oh, this is freaking garbage anyway. I really thought he might have had a chance, but yeah. Protoss unit not quite being powerful enough here. Especially being down 40 supply on top of that doesn't help either. Advanced Ballistics now finished. 5 Liberators are out. There's nothing that can deal with Liberators. The Stalker count is 15. Against Liberators, you really need a secondary army, but there is no secondary army. There's not even really a primary army. Like, Cyan's primary army probably loses to a split Ryung army over here. And that is very painful to see. DTTs are gonna get taken out. We'll try to blink out of turret range. These bad boys moving in position. Scan? No? If I get the scan, we'll get the DTs. This base will go down. Once again, we have a base trade on our hands. This time around, though, I don't think it's going to be very close at all. Purification Nova does get to miss. Is there a scan? Is there a scan? Is there a scan? Maybe no, maybe yes, maybe yes. Liberators moving forward here as well. Oops! Ooh. That Purification Nova was real close to finishing up, but it ain't going to matter. Cyan has to move back home. That means he is absolute toast. He's gonna lose his production as the fight on the ramp. Ship weapons level 1 has finished. That means that Stalkers don't get one-shot quite yet post EMP. But there's simply too many Marauders. 191 supply to 90. And that, my dear friends, very sad indeed. If you're a Prolos enjoyer, like we all are over here. You know what's annoying? Is that, what is this called? The antivirus programs, whenever you stop having them, you know how I have like it's called McAfee, I think. Is that how I pronounce it? McAfee? It gets installed on your Windows PC and you have like a 3-month, one for free or something. Don't quite know how it works. But then after it's gone, these things just keep popping up till the end of time. And it also auto starts, despite McAfee not protecting me anymore. Absolutely idiotic. I freaking hate that stuff. So I keep seeing it pop up. And it also, it doesn't tell, you know, it doesn't just give you an option to click it away. It says like, so there's one button that says accept risk. Because right now, I'm not very safe at all. You know, so it says your PC right now is not protected. I can click accept risk or stay protected, and stay protected is completely red. So you kind of, you know, who picks to accept the risk when there's no benefit on the risk? Well, I do, because I freaking hate this. I'm gonna accept the risk again. Idiots. Do I just have to uninstall that program, maybe? I don't know how it works. Like, I literally just clicked it away, and 2 seconds after, a new pop-up comes up. Expiration warning. Your antivirus protection has expired. It's literally immediately after. It's mental. I don't understand why they do that. I have, like, a different antivirus as well. And I have, like, the malware bytes or whatever. So I should be safe. I have a firewall. Multiple firewalls. My entire house is a firewall. All of it is firewalled out. They can never get into my mainframe. Is Windows Defender any good? Is it John McAfee, the guy that said that Bitcoin would go to 100k or he'd eat his own balls or something? And then when it didn't hit 100k, he pretended like he was joking? That's the same guy that made the program, no? Absolute gangster. Moron. It was 1 million, he said. The guy was an absolute nutcase. Wait, he passed away? I feel like I remember this. I'm just Googling. John McAfee. Oh, he died in prison? Oh, that's sad. Harstem, how familiar are you with John McAfee? He's a colorful character, fled to Belize on murder charges. Yeah, he seems like a colorful character indeed. I'm sure there's going to be a documentary or two in 50 years from now, once those files get released. Alright, see you later, Brennan. Alright, StarCraft 2, my friends. Opening up with a Proxy Reaper here. Factory will be built at home. This was core before Nexus. Core finishing up at a normal time as well. Okay, Harstem, 1 Proxy Rex with 2 gas. Is this a Cloaked Mine follow-up? No, this is just a standard Proxy Rex. You can follow it up with anything. Usually actually a Cyclone is what you see initially. Because you want to be kind of safe at home. Although, and maybe even deal some damage. If this bunker finishes up, which it might, this could actually be kind of bad. If this bunker finishes up. It's going to be real close as well. No, it's not. Well, 5 seconds. It's kind of close. So another scout here coming out of Ryung. I think you'll go for a mine first. Yeah. If you see no Stargate, I think you skip this. I agree with these calls altogether. I think they're good calls so far out of... what's he called? Out of Ryung. Hasn't really killed a lot yet though. Lost 1 SCV, killed 1 worker. It's gonna kill another worker here though. Maybe even 1 more probe? No, it's not quite gonna get it. Adept went across the map. It could actually be an armory mine drop. The gas count may be a bit too low. New barracks gets added in as well. Medevac. Gateway. If he throws down an armory, it would actually be very powerful. But I don't think he's doing that. Nah, there's also a robo. This almost always happens, is that there's just going to be a robo post-blink anyway. How to distinguish different Terran cheeses early game? If it's Proxy Marauder, can't expand at my level. But against many others, you will lose if you don't expand. You should expand against Proxy Marauder, yeah. Double battery against Proxy Marauder. Also, Proxy Marauder has a way lower gas count. So often there's no second gas with that. If it's two barracks Proxy Marauder. So that's how you differentiate between them. Knowing how much gas each building needs and how much gas is normal at what timing is going to help you massively in your scouting journey of becoming a Protoss master. What makes the difference between build orders and non-build orders? So often build orders, they're optimized, right? So, hold that thought as we have mines trying to deal damage. 2 more workers, not bad. 2 more workers, not bad. 5 worker kills, but with blink, maybe playable. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, there's going to be an all-in? Or what? Or he's just afraid of an all-in. So imagine that right now Ryung would be floating 560 gas and had 2 eBays ready, but couldn't use them. That is a non-optimized build, right? Like, why has he mined so much gas for no reason if he can't use it? Why are those eBays there if he doesn't have the money to use it? Like, the build order needs to flow in a sensible way. Like, if a Terran rushes out Stim for the 3-minute mark or 3 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, and then doesn't go for an attack until the 6-minute mark, why the hell did he get Stim? You know? These things don't make any sense. So you always want to optimize for something. And whatever timing you optimize for, there are correct paths and there's incorrect paths. So sometimes we'll see a build order, even at the high level, where a Terran is just floating 500-600 gas, and it's just bad. Like, that is a non-build order. Or, well, it is a build order, but a bad one, as it's not optimized. So that's usually what we call non-build orders. Also, build orders that have a faulty goal, you could call non-build orders. Why did he teleport back home? Is it because of the... I don't know why he teleported back home. That was wild. So imagine Cyan's goal is to get a second Twilight Council so he can get glaive, like resonating glaives at the 5-minute mark. And while he's doing that, all he's building is just pure Stalker, and he can't afford any adepts. It's like, well, that is an absolutely ridiculous goal to have. So it's kind of a non-build order, because it achieves a goal that you don't need to achieve, you know? It's like, imagine you're playing a game of football, and in the 15th minute, you start eating grass. It's like, that doesn't contribute to you winning the game at all. Like, it's real nice that you ate grass at the 15-minute mark, but it doesn't do anything for you. So you always need to keep those things kind of in mind. Eight Marine drop heading towards the top side. I'm kind of afraid for this drop, honestly. Although, there is no recall available. There is no recall available at all. This is some crappy SimCity, but I understand it as well. Because he was very afraid of a 3 or 4 gate blink all in. He scouted no third base for a very long time. So then he started putting tanks and bunkers and an eBay in a defensive position. Real nice SimCity, actually. Defensively, it might make things a little bit worse later on. So now we have this drop into the main base. There's a battery in position. Do we have warp-ins available? Yes, we do. Super battery gets activated immediately. That's definitely going to help out here. 2 more Stalkers get warped in as well. These Marines are doing a fabulous job. We get the pickup over here. Prism at the same time heading in towards the main base. Tank is in position. Doesn't actually help out against pure Zealot drops though. Or doesn't help out so much. Just targeting a single Zealot enough in the splash will help the Protoss more than it hurts. Tank might end up being taken out. No pickup here by the medevac. What a blunder by Ryung, who wasn't really doing anything else, just wasn't paying attention. Loses a tank as a result. Cyan once again with a fairly decent start in which Ryung is dropping the ball pretty badly. Oh, here we go. If he gets this, that would be nice. There we go. That's real nice. Takes out the Raven, so another threat removed. Ryung playing a sloppy game. Now, after watching last game, I still believe in his chances, but if you cover up the names here and you don't know who these guys are, you say they're evenly skilled. I'm giving this Protoss player about like maybe an 85% chance to win or so. Sure, there's still a 15% chance he ends up losing, but overall he's in a really good spot. Has enough sentries. He's lacking a bit of map control on the bottom side, but a Zealot run by goes in towards the natural. Nothing in position to deal with that. Nothing really at the third. I almost think Ryung needs to move back home. Force fields are interesting, debatable, as the Colossus is taking a beating. That shouldn't die. The run by killing 9-10 workers. Super battery needs to be activated about 5 seconds ago. Still a lot of Marauders available. Control hasn't been great defensively, but the run by is doing its job. Zealots probably need to be pulled back. Ryung needs to continue pushing. He has one chance and one chance only. If he doesn't win in the next 45 seconds or so, he's going to lose game. What are you doing, Cyan? Stay at home, brother. Hello? He's gonna lose his forward base for free. It's gonna be cancelled, I hope. Yep, there we go. 2 pylons, not the end of the world. Literally all Cyan needs to do right now is not die. Just stay alive for another minute. Because Ryung is just all in. He's completely all in. He's gonna make a push with 3 ghosts, and that is it. That's going to be all she wrote. I'm not even sure if you're re-expanding to a forward base. There was no SCV production for quite a while. This is the first round of SCVs that's coming out again. You know you just killed 19 workers. In what world is it going to be a good idea to move out on the map? In no world. Gravitic Drive? I don't know. I think what I would want to focus on personally here, setting up a Zealot run by, making sure that I have control of my ramps with 1 or 2 sentries, batteries in every base, so a battery out here as well, and then getting disruptors out. That is literally all that I would care about. Fourth base can probably wait for a little bit. Not for too long, but at least for a little bit. Yeah, just the vision on your own ramps is going to be vital. Okay, here comes Zealots, trying to go in towards the natural. I think a Dark Shrine wouldn't even be bad. I really wouldn't mind it. This Observer is providing so much value. Look at that, seeing this move out, knowing exactly when the Zealots need to be sent in. This is going to be a key timing. Tank is going to help those Zealots splash on top of the SCVs. If Ryung is slow with the response here, he's going to lose a lot of workers once more. As these mules will not finish the final 25% of their life either. This nice SCV control, honestly. That's quite cool. You have a fourth base on the way right now for Ryung. This honestly seems pretty desperate. I don't think that's viable at all. He's gonna be getting outmined for the next 3.5 minutes or so by at least 400, 500, 600 minerals a minute. That is a huge deal. That is 6 zealots you can throw away for free every single minute, and eventually you're gonna get some damage. This is a particularly bad move out because you know where your opponent's army is. If these zealots manage to get back home, that would be nice, but Cyan playing this kind of sloppy. Seeing no gas, by the way, on the third base is usually an indicator that a Terran player is not going to stay in for so long, because it's very difficult on 4 gases to get and ghost and upgrade. So they're cutting one of the two majority of the time. So right now there's still 400 gas in the bank, but the more ghosts are getting produced, the more medevacs are being built, the harder that's going to be to keep up. On 4 gas, usually a Terran can survive. I think now that you're pretty stable, though, as Cyan, I think getting a Prism would be good. I think taking a 5th base is key as well. Yeah, this is all real nice. I'm surprised how quickly Ryung's supply is still rising, but I guess he isn't getting any extra upgrades. Zealots, once again, not really dealing a whole lot of damage, but at least some damage. I mean, it is literally impossible as well for Ryung to win a fight against Disruptors at this point. He needs to counterattack, he needs to base trade, or he needs the fight of a lifetime. Like, if he can get a surround from 4 angles, maybe it's possible, but even then it would be hard. Gateway count is up to 10. Immortals now being added into this composition. I think a Prism is absolutely key at this point, but we're not seeing it, so what do I know? What do I know? 7 Disruptors are out. 5 Vikings will shoot that observer. Needs another scan. 2 scans and EMP. Poor guy. We shouldn't laugh at his misfortune. That's not cool. Come on, Kevin. Nothing worse than Schadenfreude. Oi, 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 oi. Super battery does get activated, as I think Cyan might be in for a sad little surprise here, as this was not a good start of a fight. He's going to lose his 5th base as well. Zealot run by is dishing out some serious damage over here. This is a planetary, so that is nice. Cyan needs to seriously think about how he wants to fight and how he keeps vision on the map. These Zealots obviously should be pissing off right now. Like, what's the point of them staying here, showing their face the entire time? Like, wank off with those Zealots, mate. Come on. Come on. Gonna go back in. He's gonna lose him practically for free. Bit of a blunder in my mind. Cyan once again pushing forward. I mean, he has the army that he's just going to win a fight, no? Just has such a better army. Ryung needs the base trade or have a massive flank, and I don't think he can really do either. Okay, here comes the flank. Guardian Shield, Guardian Shield, Guardian Shield. There we go. Finally gets activated, but Purification Nova is hitting in such a big way that it honestly shouldn't matter so much. As long as this army doesn't get caught altogether now, I think Cyan is in a fabulous position. He needs one more... Hello, can we shoot a... Hello, Disruptor? There we go. There was 2 available, and he didn't use either. Here comes a DT run back. If he doesn't get this kill, that's bad. Okay, he gets the kill. That was real close, though. Holy crap. That was a scary blink. The risky blink of the day. What the heck is that? 168 supply to 152. Like I said, Ryung can't fight into this army, which is the major issue right now. This is going to get bang-banged as well. And this command center is going to fall. Purification of us from the back. Zealots from the back. This is game. Honestly, Cyan looking really strong in the early stages, but getting destroyed in the mid-game, and then... Well, this time around, I think he had enough leverage from that early game that he could still win, but... If I'm Ryung here, I probably want to play something a bit more safe, a bit more secure. And if I'm Cyan, I'm rethinking how my mid game works. Wait, what? No, come on, brother. 31 workers to 75. Why are we taking crap fights? Honest to God. Just sit at home and defend. Like, even this Zealot run by is kind of a no-no in my opinion. Here comes a potential good shot. Yeah, no. All of these shots kind of whiff. No cap. There we go. GG anyway. Ryung gets the L over here. Cyan ties up the series. Would you look at that? Yeah, Ryung's toast, mate. Why does the captain torture us with the diva announcer? I don't use the diva announcer. What are you on about? I used to always call it DVA, but apparently it's diva. It's an Overwatch character. This is also the cosplay that everyone and their sister uses. The cosplay players that don't want to make their own costume. Because it comes as like, I think you can buy it at the Blizzard website or something like that. We bullied Harstem into using his in-ears. I wasn't bullied into using my in-ears. I made a decision in order to preserve my genetically superior hairline to start using in-ears. You know, I wasn't pressured into that. No indent for me, exactly. What happened to the heart rate monitor? I could use it if you want. You want me to get it? You can see how calm I am while I'm screaming at you guys. Harstem, someone said they met you at a LAN and you were surprisingly a very tiny man. Really? Someone said that. And they told you about that? It's interesting. I wish I had a good insult, but I couldn't think of anything. You lucked out there, brother. I'll get my heart rate monitor. You lucked out! I have a picture with me in day 9 where I look like a child next to him. Okay, wait. Let's see if I can do this. I think I need to connect it with my phone first. Waiting for heart rate. No internet connection. I'll piss off. Am I in game yet? Yeah. Okay, that's good. How's the dog? Sleeping right now. From what I can see. I'm live streaming my living room to myself. So I can watch the dog at all times. It's a high tier solution. Yeah, he still has massive diarrhea. I walked him 5 times this morning before my stream. But now he's very tired, so he's sleeping. I gave him his medication and he went straight to bed. So I'll check up on him in a bit again. Maybe at some point I'll need to piss off, but I think we'll be fine. It's unfortunate timing, because my wife also left me this morning. Well, she didn't leave me, as in, I'm out of here. You can go live your life by yourself. But she left to go to visit family. That would have been very sad otherwise. So her family is lives in Canada right now. So that's where she went. My wife left me is probably not the way to phrase it, though. That's my bad. Wait, let me see if I can add the heart rate. There we go. We're at 70 right now. See, relatively calm. Kevin, how's the family? Oh, it's great. My wife left me this morning, dog sleeping. Went to buy some cigarettes. I'd be truly worried if she went to buy some cigarettes. That's a dead giveaway that something's wrong, because she doesn't smoke. Oh, I just got buzzed on my thing. Oh, my activity is now ready to view. What are they on about? I didn't do any activities as of late. Ooh, it's a proxy! That's a proxy. Losing the probe would be very bad. Oh, if you're proxying, that's not great now. I completely missed this early game as well because I was busy setting up this heart rate monitor. It's already pissing me off. Two gates? I was playing 3 gates. This is an awful build order. Legitimately an awful build order. If this works... Okay. If Cyan is in a better position after this early game than Ryung is, I'll make a build order guide on this build order, despite it being dog poop. Okay? This is one of these legit garbage builds that sometimes gets pulled out and is just freaking terrible. What is this crap? Come, take it out, buddy. Oof. And he just scouted as well. If Ryung manages to take damage at all, I'd be upset already. There's no second barracks yet, which... Why is he floating 300 minerals? Hello? That's a cyclone now? Is he cosplaying as a bank or something, saving up these resources? Banshee? He could have built this barracks like freaking 30 seconds ago. I don't understand this. This is pissing me off slightly. He also keeps pretending like he can mine again. Actually, you probably could mine again. You have 8 marines. You just pop in there. Should be completely fine. Why is my heart rate so low? It's because I have insane stamina and endurance. It's because I wind myself up on a daily basis. You know there's people that go running every single day or like swimming or something to try to stay in shape? My heart rate just goes up by watching stupid build orders. I have to record IO this every single week. My heart rate gets the highest during those episodes. These are aerobic events for me. Okay, this is... Okay, so I think we can get to the conclusion here that this build was, like I said, dog crap. It achieved nothing. What did it kill? Like 2 workers? It killed 2 workers and it lost 3 adepts. Delayed his stack for no real reason. This banshee is complete map control for Ryung. Okay, I'm gonna make a prediction here. I think that Ryung is going to move across the map with stim and combat shield. And I think he's going to win the game with the first fight. This is my prediction, okay? This is actually my prediction. And the worst part is, it's going to be deserved as well. This is what you get if you proxy a gateway. No one should ever proxy a gateway like this. It hurts my head. It upsets me in many different ways. I can't believe that Cyan, after playing brilliant early games, 2 out of 2 times before this, then goes into a build like this. That almost makes you believe that it's the broken clock thing, you know? Because someone that knows a lot about the early game would never play a crap build like this. Yet a broken clock is still right twice a day. And he had 2 good build orders. Yes, they also played really nice early games, but then also had some really crap build orders. You know how they say diversity is the spice of life? Sometimes I feel like people they think that, you know, just the diversity is the important part. But it's still supposed to be good diversity, you know? If you imagine you're eating scrambled eggs every morning, and then someone tells you, well, diversity is the spice of life, you should try something else, they don't mean that the next morning you should start eating poop. You know, they just mean that you should have some other food that you also deem delicious. And then when you switch those things up, it's going to be better. It's the same with build orders, you know? It's good to switch up your build orders, but it's not good to switch up your build orders and then start playing garbage. Yeah, this is a game over. It's actually over. This is such a sad way to die as well. Holy crap. This actually triggers the... This is so frustrating for me. This is actually very frustrating. Because Cyan was playing some fabulous games, then he plays this garbage and just loses it. I feel like I would be a fantastic coach as well. I feel like as a coach, all you really need to do is point out the garbage build orders and kind of steer your pupil into the correct direction. 5 metavacs. Whoop. Do it. What did I say? Stim, combat shield, Raven, he's gonna win the game. I'm so tempted to just straight up leave right now. Before Cyan leaves, you know, to really make a statement. But then I probably would be kicked out of the next lobby. Because that's a dick move to do. I was not happy with this build. Wow. Very nice. Jeep. Nicely centered. Almost nicely centered. Okay, let's see where we're going. I think I might have to go to NA right now. I don't actually know what the next match is. No, I clicked Europe. God, I'm an idiot. Kill me. You have to end adjusting with a wink? Why? Do you guys actually like CVZ or you're memeing? I don't like jokes. Okay, I can do this. It's the best rating. You know, so you know what the problem is with ZVZ? ZVZ can be very attractive, but most of the time it isn't. In that ways, it has a lot of similarities with strawberries, I would say. Strawberries are a fruit that have a hyped reputation. You know? You think of the strawberry as most people, it's kind of the ultimate fruit because it looks so nice. It's super red. And people have the memories of the strawberry being delicious. But honestly, 70 to 80% of the time, a strawberry it doesn't even come close to being an A tier or an S tier fruit. Like, it is fairly mediocre. And it's the same with ZVZ. People pretend like it is some exciting knife fight in a booth. Although I guess ZVZ has less of a hyped reputation than strawberries do. So it's not entirely a fair analogy, actually. It's actually far from a fair analogy. If you're wondering why I have all these weird white dots on my face, it's because when I walk down, I grab the side, what you call that, the railing of the, you know, down the stairs. And the paint on there, it's coming off a bit. So every time I go down the stairs and I grab it, my hand is full of white paint, residue. And then when I facepalm because I see something stupid and then I rub my face because I'm frustrated, it ends up coming all over my face. It's not pleasant. TVT got the hyped reputation. TVT is garbage. People that enjoy TVT are not completely okay in the head. As players, that is. I think as a viewer, sometimes it can be quite good. Majority of the time, though, it absolutely isn't. How about bananas are overrated? I think bananas are appropriately rated. Have you ever met someone that thought the banana was the most delicious fruit? No. Banana is the perfect... It's great for smoothies. I love it in smoothies. I think it's great for that. I think the banana is phenomenal as just a quick snack. It is a fruit you don't have to work for either, you know? That's what makes it superior to an apple. An apple can be quite difficult to eat. Yeah, biting it. A banana you just shove, you know, 2-3 bites, that thing is gone. It's soft, which is nice. You don't have to cut it. The peeling is very easy. Like, the taste is okay. It's nothing special. But I think really it's in the convenience of the banana where it truly shines. And it's used in smoothies. I think it's very, very powerful in smoothies, the banana. It kind of, if you blend it very well, it becomes kind of creamy in a way. It's really delicious. And people don't know this about blending, but there's a real difference between blending and blending. You know, if you blend something just a little bit, just so that it's mixed, it doesn't get that creamy texture, and it really has a different taste. But if you properly blend it and really make that thing work for it, those knife cut up the bananas, then the smoothie often becomes significantly better. Or if you're making a milkshake, very good as well. It's very, very important. People don't know this, but it is 100% true. I already made a common fruit tier list. I even had other tiers. There's like non-common fruits. I think I might change 1 or 2 things, although maybe not. So I remember I rated the date pretty low as like C or a D tier fruit. And then I had some really nice dates. But so I really liked them, but just one time. And I think it was just because it was very... Well, I didn't post it on YouTube. I'm not going to post a fruit tier list. Yeah, no one wants to see that. Why is my heart rate so low? This is actually kind of scary. I don't think I'm supposed to be at 49. I used to be at 60 most of the time. I think this is negative for me. Me and Harstem are friends in real life? No shot. Don't try to lie, Johnny Appleseed. You know that ain't true. We're gonna hang out later? We're not gonna hang out later. If you show up to my house, I will call the police. And have you trespassed again, Johnny? Your behavior is far from okay. Start learning about low heart rate. Get stressed, raises heart rate. It's high tier thinking. Okay, wait, let's do some introductions. DRG. Lambo. Map is dragon skills. From a botanical point of view, the strawberry is not a berry, but an aggregate accessory fruit, meaning that the fleshy part is derived not from the plant's ovaries, but from the receptacle that holds the ovaries. Really? From a botanical point of view, if you keep posting these facts, you're gonna be banned. But that is only from the botanical point of view. So, make of that what you want. We're gonna watch a ZVZ in which both players open up with a hatchery first. This I'm looking forward to, my friends. DRG is someone that likes to mix in some things. Ling Flood, Ling... Jesus, why do I try to speak? Ling Baneling, roaches every now and again as well. Just any type of all-in, really. Lambo is a... I don't think he's much of an all-inner. Like, he has timings, you know what I mean? You have a timing attack with +1. But I think DRG is the guy that all-ins. You know, kind of hopes that something goes wrong on the other side. They're not the same. Yeah, really not the same. Does Lambo have a chance here? DRG is pretty standard player, not tricky. Careful what you say, my friend. This is a Lambo fan club. Actually, let's do a little test here. Everyone that supports Lambo, type a 1 in the chat. And everyone that supports DRG, type I have no friends. And you end it with the number 2356. 58. So I have no friends, 2358. There we go. This is a Lambo stream, boys. This is a Lambo stream. There's a lot of people that have no friends. You know what all of these people with no friends have in common? They all support DRG. If you too want to get rid of your friends, be sure to support DRG. Okay, it's going to be a roach baneling timing here. So this is of a single gas so far. I think it's going to remain of a single gas. He's going to get roaches from the natural with the next, what you call it? The next larva as well, I think. The next inject that finishes up. The roaches, 6 of them from the natural. That's what I'm feeling. Hoppa! 7 roaches. 1 from the main. And then everything else is going to be lings. He's going to get banelings with this. We have an Evo chamber on the way. The more drones that DRG builds over here, the better it's going to be for Lambo. And thus for most of you in the chat. Three more drones. It's going to go up to 46. Now pure Ling though. He doesn't have a Roach War. No, he's toast. He is absolute toast. How is he going to defend a Lingbane Roachalin with pure Lings and half a Baneling? It is simply not going to be possible. More Banelings on the side of Lambo anyway, as well as we do see 1 drone being produced. I guess you're following this up with drones. I didn't know that was a thing actually. I thought you would just continue building Lings. But it's actually going to be 4 drones. So even if he doesn't completely kill his opponent, he might still have an opportunity. Although I think he's just going to completely kill his opponent here, right? Look how many links there is. There's no banelings available. No roaches available right now either for DRG. 33 army supply to 20. Spine not quite up yet. Baneling desperately trying to get in here. Is the target fire on the spine good enough? It isn't taking out any of these banes. Queens aren't fighting these banelings either. GG gets called. And as always, the superior player wins in this ZVZ. And the superior player here is going to be Lambo. Ooh. Whew. Very exciting. Nice game of 5 minutes and 13 seconds. Of course, Lambo needs to do tricky crap in order to beat DRG. No. See? You're framing this incorrect. So, Lambo is completely okay with playing macro games against DRG. You guys missed this, but in the lobby screen, Lambo actually said, hey DRG, you want to play 2 games, 10 minute, no rush, just honorable macro games? And DRG said no. Because DRG is known to be a greedy player. DRG is afraid of Lambo in a standard macro game, so he always plays too greedy. Lambo, with his giant brain, notices this and decides to all in him. But this is out of necessity, understand. It is DRG who is causing the Rukus. It is Lambo who responds to it. He is a reactionary all-inner, while DRG is a greedy one and an all-inner at the same time as well. This is actually true. Everything I say is based in reality. My opinions are facts. Lambo, all gas, no brakes. Exactly. And that's a good thing. Every time I build banelings, I just burrow them on the edge of the map. This is actually deranged behavior. Because you can't let cute things explode. That is deranged. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 in the best of 3. We have Lambo and we have DRG. And the map is Royal Blood. I'm not sure I go to the middle of the map for the announcement of the map, but I kind of like that. Maybe I should get these like these intro movies for every map. I think that would be kind of high tier. You know, just like a 20-second intro for a map. The next map is Royal Blood. It has 2 gold bases and an easy to defend third. But then you'd need to make like a different intro for every matchup, which would be very tiresome. And also people just get tired of the same intro again and again. It's probably just easier to do the intro like this. Alright, Hatch first versus Hatch first. The reason why Lambo plays Hatch first is because he knows he can defend everything that DRG throws at him. The reason why DRG plays Hatch first is because he wants to play greedy and get ahead early on. Because otherwise he can't win games. But if Lambo were to do some type of early spawning pool build, I think he could also win. So once again, there's a difference here. You see the same thing, but it's different. You know, it's interpreted differently. It's important to always note these things. Do you think 2-base Hydra timings are going to affect ZVZ? No shot. Absolutely no shot. Can you explain what happens when you press shift plus the button plus button 2 right of L? No, I'm afraid. I'm not gonna click that. I've never done it before. Is this like some Alt F4 trick or something? I don't want to do that. I could also use the special voices. Let's see. So it'd be like, in the top right as the blue Zerg player, it is DRG. I remember I always thought that was really cool. I also have like a megaphone and things like that. It's a bit annoying though. GSL kind of has that, no? They have like a voice actor doing these things. Yeah. How does this work? It's a nice millennial hype. I also have the air horn I could do. Let me find it. I tuned it down a bit, otherwise it's too loud. That is actual deranged behavior. Can you zoom in on the first units produced and do the air horn? I technically could. I technically could. I don't think I'm going to though. Alright. Roach Warren. It's going to be fast layer here. 2-base roach attack out of DRG. The way that Lambo wants to deal with this is you want to get, I think, 10 links out at around this point to deal with any potential Niduses. It's not going to be a Nidus, but if it were a Nidus, that's what you want to do. And then the way that Lambo wants to play is go up to 52 drones and take it from there. He's playing it very safe with a quick carapace upgrade as well. Second Evo. This is how Su used to play ZVZ all the time. Very high tier. But you see Lambo's already outmining his opponent when it comes to the minerals. And he's going to get a higher count of stuff in general. Like, I feel like 2-base versus Lambo can be good, but he's also really sick at playing. Like, he has like a setup for everything, you know? He just knows what to do. DRG actually started with carapace first as well, which is uncommon, I believe. 8 roaches already on the way. Is there a roach warren out for Lambo yet? Yeah, there is. He didn't cancel his links though. He's gonna try to get a kill on this 3rd base. Now, this kind of forces DRG to show his hand as well. Don't forget. I think he's gonna get the cancel, which is nice. Gets the drone as well. Double nice. So we have 8 roaches on the way of 56 workers. That is a very high worker count. Usually I think it used to be 52. I feel like Lambo is better than Cerro with this commentary. Well, there is an argument to be made that Lambo is not just regular better, but significantly better. Every single time Lambo has coached Raynor, Raynor has performed better than Cerro in major tournaments. So I think that Lambo technically is better. He just doesn't have the mechanical abilities as much, you know? But his brain is obviously significantly larger. I don't think there's any debate about that. Like, legitimately none. If we were to do a brain measuring competition, Lambo would win by a large margin. He'd dwarf the other competitors. Especially the other Zergs. Most Zerg players don't really need a brain to play. They just need speed, you know? It's the same with Terran, really. There's no thinking involved with that race. Just kind of click the buttons and things start happening. Is Harstem playing in this? No, I played the qualifiers and I lost. Story of my life. Lambo's in a pretty decent spot here. 62 workers to 50. DRG is down 12 workers, is what that means. Lambo scouts all of this as well. Sees the lack of gases on this base. He's going to be pretty happy with all of this. It's like, wait, I'm upping gas by at least 1. He's building a spine because Lambo knows how far ahead he is. He's building Ravagers. The only problem for Lambo really is the fact that his upgrades are going to be kind of ballsy. He's gonna need a +2. He's gonna need an evo for +2 at some point. Actually, the ideal timing for Lambo to fight is right now. What is it that the Chinese say again? The best time to plant the tree is now. The second best time is 20 years ago. No, but the other way around. And it's the same for Lambo. Except really right now is probably just the best timing to attack. Or maybe when he barely has his +1 attack. That might actually be the greatest thing to do. It's gonna be up like 20 supply, but if +2 finishes, especially the range attack, that could be impactful. That could be impactful. He's on 6 gas. He's gonna have a lot of Ravagers. 43 to 33 roaches. 4 Ravagers to 2. Man, this has been a banger of a ZVZ again with absolutely 0 interactions between these two players. This is why ZVZ is often considered the gentleman's matchup. Because it's very similar to chess, you know? Do you remember that every time someone played TVT, all the casters would always say that it's similar to chess? A very positional game like chess. Like, TVT is nothing like chess at all. Yeah, it's not even remotely similar. It is about as boring as chess, though. Yeah, that's true. It's like classical chess. Bullet chess is kind of interesting. That's literally the only thing that it has in common with chess. That no one would watch it voluntarily. At 1x speed. Oh, here we go. Big fight. 2-2 versus +1. Better concave right now for Lambo. More Ravagers for DRG. More money in the bank though for Lambo. Lambo also has a run-by setup here and has tunneling claws. I don't think Lambo should chase this. He should keep the concave. He's gonna keep the concave. He's not microing at all. He's not microing at all. This was really piss poor control there for a little bit. He's going to once again reset up his concave. Once again superior for Lambo. He's killed 12 workers and he's continuing to out multitask his opponent here. He has way more cash in the bank. 118 supply to 138. Still down in upgrades by a significant margin though. So no, this queen is stopping these. Look at these. Oh no, Lambo. He's gonna walk into a couple of these battles. Now tries to chase. I'm not so sure if this is the move. He's gonna lose a lot of units. It's fairly close right now. More and more roaches are streaming across the map out of DRG. I think Lambo needs to actually stick to his defensive concave. Maybe move this spine crawler a little bit forward. Is there any roaches still across the map? No, there's not. It's 45 workers to 66. +2 is about to finish up in about 40 seconds. And that could be the end timing that Lambo is working toward. If Lambo managed to get +2 range, he's going to be in a buzzing position. I almost feel like this roach run-by is a mistake. Not almost. I know this roach run-by is going to be a mistake. He doesn't need to do it. He's up 20. What? Oh, Lambo. What? Wait, was this as over? I thought DRG still had a... What? I mean, army supply is even. He's up an upgrade. What is over here? 5 Ravagers. So 7, 8 into this row. I mean, there's just way more units here right now for for DRG, no? Like 7 more roaches over here. Same amount of ravagers. And he's up 2 upgrades still. These are things that Lambo does to his opponents very often. See, Lambo just... He lives in your head rent-free for years. He's pulling the strings. He's the puppeteer. Or the puppet master. Is that the same thing? Are a puppet master and puppeteer the same thing? No one really knows what a puppeteer is. I think we need to move back to Korea, maybe. We're all living in America. Can we add him to the stream? Lambo? What? No? He's still playing the tournament. I'm not gonna call him up. Hey bro, can you show up for a second here? You know, shot. The puppet refers to the product puppet, the language puppet, the entire puppet ecosystem. The Puppet Master is an installation of a puppet where puppet code is compiled and also where SSL certificates are verified and signed, also known as a compile master. I don't think there's anything to do with a puppeteer and a puppet like I was talking about. But I'm glad to have learned this about SSL certifications being verified and signed by the compile master. Amazing. What's the next match? The next match is going to be Cure versus Dark. Yeah, but I know he's not going to play in a while, but I don't want to bother people while they're busy, you know, destroying in a tournament. He's having the run of a lifetime. You don't want to interfere with the master. Do you guys think clowns are real? What? Yes, I do believe in clowns. Yeah. There's also a conspiracy set up by the government to control the people. Clowns. I don't think I've ever really found clowns funny. We have a Dutch TV show where there's a clown in it. I think he's the most famous clown, probably. And this TV show got translated in many languages. It's called Bassie and Adriaan. Let me see if I can show a clip of this. I'm afraid I'm gonna get copyright striked by Bassie and Adriaan, though. So there's like 2 guys from a circus and no one knows them. They came from my city, is all I'm saying. If clowns were funny, they'd be comedians. Well, clowns are for kids, aren't they? They're like comedians for kids. It's just kids don't have a lot of disposable income. They just have they pick the wrong market. This is like if you were like a dog comedian or something like that. It's like, you're really funny just for the wrong audience. If the dogs love you, but what are you gonna do with that? Nothing. They gotta pay you in dog treats or something. Clowns are funny for the wrong people. Here's what it is. Do you like New Kids? I thought it was okay. Are you allowed to use skins in a tournament? Yeah, you are. I'll tell you, the reason for that is because all current mods allow for skins to be shown to observers and to yourself, but not to the opponent, I think. So your opponent just sees regular units, which is pretty high tier. Patatje hard er wel? You're also from Vlaardingen. That's so sick. Do you ever went to Kerkrade? No, I never went. Honest to God, don't even have any clue where it is. How silly would StarCraft 2 be with proxy chat? So the players could only hear each other when they interacted? I think you just get... Usually with proxy chat, what you end up getting is degeneracy and a lot of racism. Unless you have a very good system to report people. I think proxy chat tends to be kind of bad, usually. Or you need like a very tight reporting system, and Blizzard's reporting system doesn't work well enough for that. I don't think so. Is your name an anagram for Master H? No, I don't know who Master H is. What is Master H? That's a musical artist? Mate, I had Harstem before this guy existed. Oh, never mind, he released a song in 2003. I've never heard of this dude, though. Kevin, for StarCraft 2, do you think it would be cool hear units in proximity to your own units while still in fog of war? Ultras make a lot of sounds and 20 Zerglings are also hearable. It's already possible, actually. You can hear rocks being attacked through the fog of war on the edge. I think you can hear like maybe some load-up sounds as well, but I could be wrong. Like, I think there's something, especially if it's on the edge of creep or on the edge of your fog of war, on the edge of your vision, then you can. Yeah. Last game DRG tapped out because he saw 2-2. There was no 2-2 yet. +2 was a little bit away for Lambo. It was like 30, 25 seconds, something like that. So there still was a timing in my mind. Ooh, Cure's getting impatient. This is actually, I think, the best... what you call it? It's going to be the best series of this group. Dark versus Cure. I think they're the most closely matched. It should be for the first place as well. Could check what DRG was looking at. I can't right now, sadly, because I need to be here for the next lobby, basically. Like, if I don't stay around, they're gonna start the game without me, and then we're stuck watching the clean feed, which is something no one wants. At least, not something that I would want. The NA General chat is the most depraved online community you can access without downloading a special browser. That's oddly specific. Which other depraved communities do you need to download a special browser for to interact with? That's all I want to know. What I could do, though, is go back into the clean feed and see what DRG was looking at, but it would be a lot of trouble, so I don't want to do that. Harstem is about to find out about TOR. I don't know what that is, actually. If I Google it, will I get arrested? Tor browser. Tor, short for the Onion router, is free and open source software for enabling anonymous communication. That sounds cool. Surely anonymous communication will not go wrong. Is it legal to go on Tor? Is Tor for the dark web? Tor is often used to create and access the dark web. As such, Tor is the very definition of a dark web browser. I don't actually know what the dark web is. I know it's a bad place, but what happens, you know? I don't actually know what it does. In my mind, the dark web, it looks like the CMD window, you know? You have to get into the mainframe first. And it's just filled with FBI decoys, you know, trying to trick people. Isn't it really common that when you try to hire a hitman on the dark web, that often it is just the FBI pretending to be a hitman? Or the CIA. I also don't really know what the difference is between the CIA and the FBI. FBI is federal, and the CIA is central. I guess FBI is mainly for crimes within America, and the CIA operates without it, like outside of it. I have no clue what the jurisdiction of these things are. I think in the Netherlands we only have one. We have the AIVD. Algemene Inlichting Dienst. I don't even know what it stands for. Both the FBI and the CIA are initialisms. So an initialism is when you pronounce the letters one by one and it stands for something. So FBI, CIA. And then an acronym would be laser, where you just pronounce it as a word, yet every letter still has a meaning. What does laser mean again? Like it's like every letter in laser stands for something, no? I thought that's the difference between initialisms and acronyms. But I always mix them up. DRG? Yeah. Light amplification by simulated emission of radiation. Yeah, there you go. Alright, so you have acronyms, initialism, and then abbreviations, which are just shortened versions of the word, right? I can't think of one. Harstem, can you FaceTime DRG and ask him directly what was going on? Got no more games to play today. I don't actually have DRG on Facebook. I don't think people still use Facebook. I actually don't know anyone that still uses Facebook. Like, legitimately none. The only reason why people use Facebook, I think is to use Messenger. But there's so many superior platforms to the Messenger than Facebook nowadays. That I don't understand why you would use it. It's also just... So back in my day, when Facebook was kicking off, if you'd go on your Facebook feed, you'd literally just see what your friends were up to. You know, so your friends were posting pictures. Nowadays, it's just videos and advertisements. It is freaking awful. Like, you go on there and you see a video that... like, all these platforms are exactly the same. It's like, it's just serving you video after video after video. I don't understand why. Well, I understand why. But where's the pure experience, you know? I feel like it actually had some value, the Facebook. You know, you see what people are up to? They're sneaking around. It's not a bad platform. Yeah, Dark is gasless. Good point, by the way. I'll talk a bit about the game. Oh, wait, we didn't do the introduction yet. Cure. Dark. Air horn. All right. This was triple CC. What was this actually? Pretty fast triple CC. I was just going to be a 3-base banshee. Literally what Cure plays every single game. Dark opened up with 3 hatch, no gas. That means that if Cure doesn't manage to do any damage here, he might be in serious trouble. Hello. Oh my god. Poor control there. 4 links have been built. 1 drone has gone down. This is a really good start, honestly, for Dark. Because he's going to be going up to an insane worker count. Follow this up probably with a wall here. You can double, like, 2 structure wall on this map. So you can get Roach Warren plus Evo Chamber and then be fine. I actually think that Cure is changing it up because he scouted gasless, or he knows it's gasless. So he's now playing a Cyclone attack, which I've never seen him do before. And perhaps against... no speed, this is actually quite powerful. I wonder if it is powerful. I'm not actually familiar. Dark is going to scout the fact that there's a Cyclone. Cure is absolutely falling asleep on the job, because this shouldn't be happening. I don't understand why he's not taking out both of these Overlords. Like, honest to God, this is awful. Both of these should have died a while ago already. Now this one might actually escape, which would be sad. It's still 2 overlords, which is kind of significant. Roach Warren is about to finish up, as this is going to move across the map, get another overlord kill. Maybe another Ovi. Yeah, it's moving into safety now. There we get the pickup. That was kind of tight. Lair in the main base. 55 workers to 40. 2 E-base. Look, I am no specialist in this matchup, but if someone opens up with gasless and you can't do anything about it, that feels kind of bad for the Terran player, honestly. Double Evos are also banging. Hello? Micro? Or don't? Who cares, really? He only had 100 energy on that queen. Could have transfused twice, but whatever. This is also fun. Here is dealing way more damage than he ever should have. He's probably gonna get another kill here on a queen. No, he's not. Not sure why I would say that. I'm an idiot. 1-1 being researched here for Dark. He's going to have nice supply and a nice timing as well. 4 more overlords on the way. Queen count is at 6. After losing 1, that is. It was 7. Once upon a time. The Roach is moving forward now. This is going to get pissed off. Back home. Fort Hatch on the way. Is it going to be a 1-1 Roach all-in, or... What's the big dealio over here, my friends? What is the big dealio? Here, honestly, a pretty decent supply. Double drop heading out. This I appreciate. We see the rich Vespine guys are being taken. So, could either be a very heavy Ravager build, which I think it is going to be, because he's starting to move out on the map. No, it's an infestation pit. Or it could be a rush into lurkers, which it is actually going to be, because, well, there's an infestation pit. This is going to drop in the main base. Roach is moving in position. Dark is quick. Quick response here. Fort base will go up. Honestly, if he can drone this up to 82, 83 right now, I think his position is phenomenal. It's almost undark-like, because Dark always gets in crappy positions. Spy. Wait. Wait, excuse me. Spire? A spire? What do you say about that, huh? Now, when it finishes, it is just a regular spire. Once the hive finishes, this could turn into a greater spire. Now, let's ask a quick trivia question here to the chat. What unit does the greater spire unlock? Do you all know? I can't hear you. Good job, everyone. It is indeed Broodlords. Wow, look at you guys go. You're doing such an amazing job, and you have so much knowledge about StarCraft 2. That is fantastic. Alright, we have a major push out here right now on the way out of Cure, who hasn't really done anything yet this game. 7 tanks out right now, +2 getting closer to finishing as well. There's vehicle weapons also getting done. There's no Vipers. It is possible that Dark is just... Oh my good lord, what in the world is this? Here, leaving his micro hands at home. What was this control? He just literally walked straight into a fungal. This doesn't feel so great, honestly, for Dark. Like, despite getting the fungal of a lifetime, he's still getting completely blasted out of the world. Infantry weapons level 2 is now done. 8 corruptors popping out. Where's the infestors? Why am I not seeing them? Hello? Where's the infestors? Oh, they're here. They have no energy. And this is... I don't think he can break Cure. If he can't break Cure, he's going to be playing a late game from very far behind. Infestors getting closer and closer to the fungal ability right now. Tanks moving in forward. There's still 7 around. 2 more about to rally across the map as well. We have 8 barracks pumping out Marines and Marauders. As Cure is ready to go for the juggler right now. He sees these Broodlords morphing in. Has killed 1 base already. Wants to get more done though. He ain't finished yet with this game. Has a 4th base. Has no 5th behind this quite yet. As he starts Viking production. Fungal's going to connect with a lot of these Marines, but does not quite manage to finish. And another hatchery gets blasted here. 64 workers to 79. Tanks being taken out from the back. But at the same time, the Marine count is still very high. And with the 2-1 upgrades, they're doing a phenomenal job. Vikings moving in, trying to take out individual Broodlords. But the Queens with Transfuses are helping out. Not just with the Transfuses, but also with their anti-air damage. Dark does get the cleanup, but at what cost? He's slightly up in supply, but he's down 15 workers. He's producing roaches right now. 3-3 hasn't started yet, and he can't march across the map to get the win. Why can't he march across the map to get the win? Because he doesn't have anti-air. That means that Vikings will be capable of eventually taking out this Broodlord army. So the Roach Broodlord army can't move across the map. Without creep, this is senseless. This is pointless. Viper now being produced. Dark will need to wait for that, but that isn't good enough anti-air either. Hatchery is being rebuilt. Right now, Dark is on 3 base. He's long distance mining from this one rather than regular distance mining from this base. Close distance mining, whatever you'd call it. 3 Vipers now on the way as well. As 2 more infestors are being popped out. There's no pathogen glands. We have a single drop heading towards the left side. Cure's wanting to clear a base that isn't even there yet. That's how far ahead he really is. He's going to try to kill 1 or 2 drones. He's going to succeed at that, get a 3rd one, and pops on out over here. Thor's now on the way, Ghost on the way. Cure is so far ahead. He can throw down an infinite amount of command centers. He can trade forever. And what can Dark really do? Yes, he has 8 Broodlords, but there are 6 Vikings out as well. That means he can 2-volley these brutes. Transfuse needs to be used very quickly. Does get used there. Vehicle weapons level 2 on the way. It's the first 2 Thors have hit the map as well. We have a maxed out army here for Cure. The one thing that Cure is lacking is the medevacs. He has 3 medevacs currently. One of those is completely out of energy. And this army is already fairly damaged. There's a lot of bio as well over here. As a 3rd and a 4th factory get thrown down. Okay, here comes the parasitic bomb. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3. Will land the Vikings, and it's going to dodge it like that. Vikings could fly again towards the sky, go back into fighter mode. Once again, let's start by fighting these broodies. The Thors aren't really in this army. You see 1 Thor right now. I don't know where... Oh, actually both Thors are here. Never mind. Thors taking out these Broodlords at a very high pace. Vikings helping out as well. This is not necessarily a great trade for Cure. Actually, yeah, this is period. I was gonna say that it might not matter. Well, this actually does matter. This was a very poor trade out of Cure. He's trying to continue. I'm not even sure if a single brood... Okay, 2 broods went down. This was not very good. Resources lost completely even. Cure is going to be outmining his opponent as he takes more and more command centers here. But that was actually really bad. Ghost count is going to grow up to 8. Tor count still at 2. Medevac count needs to be increased as well over here. But instead we see more Vikings in production. There's no 2nd armory. There's no +3 vehicle weapons on the way. Queen's going to get sniped here. Ghost doing a good job at that. Hydra's being added into the composition as well. Yikers. This is a nice move out. This is actually really good. I love this. Let's see if Dark manages to anticipate to this threat. Has 2 fungals, or well, actually has 2 infestors that are out of energy. Hatchery doesn't get cancelled, just gets killed. don't think you really want to fight this right now. Just got a snipe on one infestor, that's something. As he picks up and boosts away. Is this a 6th base? Very bad at counting. 1, 2, 6. Yeah. 6th base indeed. More orbitals on the way as well. Right now there's only 3, but there's still 3 command centers. Yep, that are all turning into orbitals. That's gonna bring the total up to 6. Moving off creep to fight is kind of scary here. One Viper gets blasted. Vikings in the air. Have a lot of potential. Don't forget that Cure is maxed out and he has 90 workers. So his army is a little bit smaller than his opponents. Ooh, these snipes actually did fairly well against these Brute Lords. Ravagers now moving forward as tanks get taken out. Vikings in the air will take out another Brute. Yep, there we go. More snipes going down. Hydras falling. Ravagers being taken out. As this is a much, much better trade right now for Cure. Supplies still look very close, but a lot of that is in production here for Dark. And that means that Cure is going to walk away with a major dub here after this fight. Look at that. About 3k up after that fight in resources lost. Before that, it was fairly even. He's going to continue pushing in. I think he might just grab the dub altogether over here. Because I don't really see Dark producing anything that can hold. This is the 2nd time that I see Dark play a Brute Lord all in on this map. Failing miserably and then trying to get back into it by going into a more standard game. Here's gonna take the first map here on Neo Humanity. Yes, a Terran favored map. But still, 1-0 in favor of him. And that's kind of big, honestly. That's kind of big, because there's going to be at least one more Terran map in this best of 3, whether there's going to be Babylon or Gresven or any other map. Really, all maps are good for Terran. New maps? Not today, my friend. There are new maps, but for this tournament, they are using the old and trusted maps, as well as the old and trusted patch. It is the way of the world. I can't help it, my friend. Yeah, I'm sorry. I think WW is the position where the G is on the Korean keyboard, but I could be wrong. So when you see that one, it just means GG. Love the ghost. Snipe should also be capable of targeting mechanical unit. Nice. I've never heard of the lockdown ability in my life, to be honest. I didn't know that was a thing. You guys think the mothership is gonna get used more with the new patch? Yeah, definitely. I think it is slightly worse in the very late game against Zerg, but before that, I think it will be phenomenal. Like instantly having recall available, the speed of it, the turn rate. Yeah, I think it's quite big. I really do believe it's quite big. You'd love if they give TOS Dark Archons. I don't even know what Dark Archons are, but it sounds like a Brood War unit. I like my Brood War to stay in Brood War. That's all I'm saying. Would you have 2 motherships out at once? That's simply not possible. Because one of the requirements in order to build a mothership is to not have another mothership yet. Oh, it's a proxy. Is Dark just straight up gonna spot it immediately? Okay, type a 1 if you think he's going to spot it. Type a 2 if you think he won't see it. Fast. Oh! Oh my god. That was close. Immediately gets the 3 drone recall. Recall. Has one more barracks in the back though. It's also going to get spotted. A genius, I tell you, my friends. A genius. I think both of these might actually finish. Look at these positionings. Holy crap, this is Busto. Oh, SCV stuck. SCV stuck. SCV got stuck. You can't make it up. You cannot make this crap up. Once more stuck. Oh, wrong side. There we go. Oh, that's close. That's close. Oh. 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 Oh, I love RNG. I love RNG. Why don't you come and play Terran with me? Very nice. Gets all of his 3 command center. What is this? No way! Oh my god, they come in! This is an insane move! And it didn't work. It worked, but it didn't. He's gonna have like no money right now. Single queen, 10 links. I actually have no clue if this was good at all for Dark. He lost 3 drones, full SCV pool. You can't make this stuff up. You actually can't make this stuff up. Oh. 6 mariners. 6 mariners. Alrighty. Queen's about to pop out. If he moves in towards the main base, it would actually be relatively high tier right now. Oh, that's a good surround though. That's a good surround right here on creep, baby. There we go. 2 SCVs go down. Queen too powerful. As Cure is in a world of trouble. And you know what they say about being in a world of trouble? That is one world you don't want to be in. Yeah, it is actually kind of bad. CC on the low ground, that's something. No gas, that's something else. Now the question is Cure actually behind? I have no clue. So, as an amateur watcher, you see an all-in being stopped, and you think to yourself, well, surely, my friends, it is over now. But at the same time, this is a Terran we're watching. Terran has the uncanny ability of being ahead when they shouldn't be, despite their many failures. Not just as players, but as human beings in general. I'm not quite sure why Dark decided that throwing away 5 Zerglings there was the correct play. Imagine if Cure pulls 10 workers and just goes for it. Can he go? He has 18 Marines. I think he can kill this. Go. Go. Shoot it. I think you run past it. Just attack his own queen. That's a bad move. Tight hold. Tight hold. That was nice micro. Very nice micro. This is why they call him the Micro King. I think he should have just ran past the spine crawler though immediately, no? I think that would have been much better than doing what he did now, which was losing 10 Marines into 1 spine. 4 roaches are about to pop, which is annoying because these will ruin the push. There is a 3rd CC on the way, and he builds 2 more barracks. He's actually memeing at this point. He's legitimately memeing. Okay, double bunkers. 5 roaches. Is he gonna all in? He has 2 gases, so I think he's going to. Can you clear this? This feels so risky, honest to God. Because it is a 2-base roach all in. I actually think that Cure is winning right now. Like, that is if Cure doesn't die. But how is he going to die to this? Well, I guess it's possible. There's 3 bunkers already. He has 13 marines. He's up 3 workers. You know what would be a good move here, Cure? Is move commanding these 5 marines into your opponent's roaches. No, just kidding. What he's doing is trying to figure out if the Ravagers are morphing or not. So he knows how serious to take this. So if he were to take this more serious, he would start by building Marauders here, I think. Like Marauders and concussive shells. That's what I would suggest in general. So he's going to scout this and sees a high roach count, high Ravager count, pull the workers. Yes, pull the boys. Is he going to start Marauders now or just more Marines? I would think Marauders are correct. But I've been wrong in the past. 41 workers to 31. No 3rd hatchery yet for Dark. Dark is getting another gas. So for the people who are counting along at home, that is 4 gas total right now. Hello, repair. Okay, nice control. If you consider standing in piles, nice control. You could micro. You could also, once again, stand into them. 1 bunker has been taken out. Dark lost about 15 supply for that. This is what we call a mediocre trade. Stim and Combat Shield are getting closer and closer to finishing. The drone count is at 33. And the SCV count is at 47. Nice. That was good control until he lost that 1 SCV, but still nice. Honestly, when Stim finishes and he moves forward here... Oh, beautiful move. And he moves forward here. I actually think that this could be kind of hard for Dark. At the same time, pre-Stim, this is a really big army, isn't it? Oh, there goes the final bunker. There goes the final bunker. What are we gonna do? I don't know. 13 more seconds until Stim is done. Don't walk into those piles, my friend. Move the SCVs back home. Move everything back home. And now it's time to move forward. Dark saw the timing on Combat Shield and realized how much time he had left till Stim was done. He's gonna lose this Overlord. And I think right now, I think Cure is very far ahead. So you look at this as an amateur, unlike me, and you think to yourself, well, supplies are even, worker counts are even, large army on the map for Dark. But then you forget that the production for the Terran is already at 5 barracks. So he can make 3 more reactors, and he's going to have a tank push, my friends. Woo! Plus 1 tank push. 3 tanks is going to be 75 Marines. Well, that is over-exaggerating. This is what I do. But it's going to be a lot of Marines. All right? That's what I'm saying. A lot of Marines here. So I am thinking, and I believe that Cure right now is ahead. 45 Marines against 9 Ravagers. He could move command across the map right now and still win the game. This might not even be a very controversial thing to say. You can never count out Dark, though. No, I can actually. Dark is dead. Yeah. And Cure has won this game already. I'm counting him up. People have made this mistake before. But I believe I am right. So 1 Ravager gets sniped. Second Ravager almost gets sniped as 4 Marines go down. We now have an attack here on this 4th base. Just stimmed forward with 30 Marines. Took it out. Will stim away again. Takes out 2 creep tumors at the same time. Is he gonna stim or not? I think I'll kind of need to stim, no? Tries to drop back in towards the main. Hello, you could just stim and run away, no? You have a tank back here. 2 medevacs could heal you up. I guess it's not necessary, but... Okay, well, he loses 3-4 more Marines. I guess it's okay. 8 Overlords at the same time here for Dark. 65 workers to 61. Alright. I think Cure is going to push out right about now. This is what I would suggest if I were Cure. Well, I'm always afraid of roaches. I probably always sit on. He's actually going to wait for 2-2, isn't he? A little prick. He has a 4th base already. He's so far up. He's actually so far up. He literally doesn't need to do anything. And he's so confident in late game as well. So this is like a dream scenario. This is actually a dream scenario. He's just making sure he isn't being roach all-in. Dies to some stupid crap. So just running around these roaches. How many Ravagers is that? 1, 2, 13. It says on the production tab. No need to count manually. Like some loser. Uh-oh. 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 Just gonna lift these up. So this is a fairly dedicated attack. If this doesn't work, the game is officially over. Dark has even cancelled his +2 range attack. I don't know why, because he's now floating money. That's about the same as the +2 range attack. I think this is where Dark realizes that he's way further behind than he truly believes. It's like, wait a second. Didn't I pull drones to cancel the barracks and didn't that almost work out? Like, yeah. Exactly. Almost. This is just getting pushed back. Hardcore. 165 supply to 150. So this might smell bad here for Cure, but it looks real good. Because once 2-2 finishes up, and the tank count doesn't get touched, how are you going to deal with this? We have 5 barracks total still, which is actually fairly low. I'm surprised by that. I would have really... Look at the cash here that Cure is floating. He's wanting to fund a couple of expansions in the near future. Okay, yeah, we get a 5th and 3 barracks at the same time. That's not usually how it's done, but it's how Cure does it this time around. I truly do believe that there's no way that Dark is going to survive this incoming push. Like, if I know anything about StarCraft 2, it is that. It is legitimately impossible for him to hold a 2-2 push at this point. Because he has inferior units with inferior upgrades against a maxed out Terran. He has nothing that can deal with tanks, and he has nothing that can deal with Marines. And he definitely has nothing that can deal with Marauders. Like, he's just gonna get completely butchered over here. Cure is going for the throat as well. He said, I could take out this base first, but I don't want to. Gets a big scan in. Tank sieging up, leapfrogging motion. As Dark sets up a counter-attack, I think this is. This isn't a flank, it's a counter-attack. That's not going to make his defense any easier, by the way. This medevac will get blasted by these biles. There's a lot of units at home. So we have roach slowing run by over here. We have a fast roach attack on the 3rd base. This might force Cure to attack a bit quicker than he ideally would want to. Moves forward right now as he stimps in. Don't forget, 2-2 units. Does control them. That is big. And I think that means that this is going to be the end for Dark in the series. GG gets called as indeed Cure wins for now. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. 2-0. And that means we'll be going into a commercial. No, just kidding. We don't do commercial breaks here. We never stop. What do we do, though? DRG versus Cyan up next. Into Dark versus Ryung. Into Lambo versus Cyan. These are actually all important matches. All important matches. So the most important thing right now for Lambo is to beat Cyan and for Dark to beat Ryung. If Lambo beats Cyan 2-0, he is through 100%. I can show you guys this here for a second. Let's have a look at this. Wait, I need to move... Do I need to move different server? No, I don't have to. Nice. Look at this, huh? So Cure is first in the group right now. He is 5-0. It just hasn't been updated yet. I'll refresh. It still hasn't been updated yet. Got slackers at Liquipedia again. It's unbelievable. Sometimes I wonder if these volunteers are not getting paid or something. It's so slow. This game has been over for almost 25 seconds already. Why don't we have our update yet? Hello? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. DRG versus Cyan up next. Dark Ryung, Lambo Cyan. So Cyan is out because his map score is balls. DRG is out because his map score is balls. If Lambo loses a map to Cyan and Ryung beats Dark 2-0, then Ryung wins. If Lambo loses to Cyan and Ryung beats Dark, then Ryung is through. It is technically possible that Lambo will end above Dark. So if Ryung beats Dark 2-0 and Lambo beats Cyan 2-0, then Lambo is second place and Dark is fourth. This is a very niche scenario though. Can Cyan still go through? If he wins 2 series 2-0, then he's at +0 at 2-3. Yeah, it's also possible. Yeah, of course. No, yeah, that's possible. So Lambo loses and Ryung loses and Cyan wins 2-0, 2-0. This is the least likely scenario though. Oliveira, or Time, however you want to call him, denied the invite to this tournament, or after qualifying, cancelled his participation. Yeah. Ryung will never beat Dark 2-0. Really? How sure are you about that? How sure are you about that? Huh? I'm gonna fact check. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What is this? You see this? On the 20th of October 2022, Ryung destroyed Dark 2-0. Complete destruction. It wasn't even close. In the Alpha X Africa TV Champions Cup qualifier, South Korea #1, winner bracket round of 16. What do you have to say about that, buddy? Huh? That is long ago. This is hardly a year ago. People bring up me losing to people from 5 years ago all the time. I bring up my championships from 7 years ago all the time. Like, if 1 year is long ago, I'm in trouble, my friend. We live in the now. Maybe you live in the now. I live in the past. What's wrong with you? If you had to guess, who would I say is going to win? Lambo, obviously. Lambo is the clear favorite in this tournament. Nah, I think Solar is an underdog. Like Serral, Rainer, Pure, Solar, Beyond, Hero, I think, are most likely to win. Oh, I forgot to do the intros. Sorry. DRG. And I don't know how to do the other one. Cyan. I never understood why you have this. The ability to make the color pop up. I guess you could have a picture over here or something of the players. That sounds like a lot of trouble though to set up. Yeah, whatever. Playoffs will be during the weekend. No, Group C and D are played during the weekend. I think playoffs are after. Is Clem in this tournament? Yeah, he's in Group B. That gets played after Group C. They have an alternative setup here in this tournament. So they started with Group A, then went to Group B. From Group B, go into Group C, and from Group C, go into Group B. So A, D, C, B. Rebuilding the alphabet in a superior way. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. What was EPM? What? I don't know. EPM is the effective actions per minute. So is it this hotkey? I don't actually know how to do this hotkeys for EPM. Because it's such a useless metric as well. So let's see if we can steal someone's camera first person. I think I can. Where's Wardy? Wait, did Wardy leave? Prick. Oop. I don't have to do any of the observing. And I can focus completely on making mediocre jokes. Exactly the way it's supposed to be. Alright. Probe goes into scout. He's such a safe player for someone that isn't favored. Scouts with the freaking probe to make sure there's a third base. That's actually a low tier move in my opinion. I give that move 2 stars out of 5. And then losing the probe, I'll give the move 1 out of 5 stars. Which is even lower. Void Ray first. He played this yesterday. What did he go into from Void Ray first? It was such a bad builder, I recall. I think he went Forge into Robo, and then went for a Charged Immortal all in. This is what I recall, but I could be wrong. Was it Forge Robo? I think so. Gonna get a second gateway here as well. Fairly late, honestly. Twilight Council. Oh, it's going to be 4-gate glaives. This is actually a pretty decent build. We'll see if DRG is going to be ready for it. Did you watch the replay I sent you? The live map cheating report? I can't remember. So, I maybe did, but I can't remember. Do you know what's up with the shield battery bug? They can't be cancelled while warping in. This has been undone. They reverted the patch last night, I think. So, because something went wrong with the update. So yeah, it's gone. So it did break all the replays though, so that's last night. But yeah, not on NA. I just tested it. Oh really? Well, that's not great then. Yeah, I think they're just playing on a mod to have things fixed anyway, so. No, battery isn't bugged in this tournament because we all use mods anyway, which is, it's really easy to fix these problems in mods, generally. Gotcha. Plus melee as well as a Baning Nest. This Baning Nest is fairly fast actually. Dark yesterday held this while building the Baning Nest 5 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. So we're gonna see how DRG is going to fare by getting the Baning Nest about 20 seconds quicker. Like honestly should be much easier. This build hits very hard. But at the same time I think DRG was planning on doing a Queen all in. So actually this is a very unfortunate timing here for Cyan. Very unfortunate timing. Indeed. Indeed, indeed. Don't finish. No shot. It's good. Not awful. These two are actually dealing some serious damage. That was really bad for DRG. He just used 6 banelings to kill 2 adepts. Melee isn't quite done yet. If the adept numbers were slightly higher, this could have been okay. DRG just continues building units as well. I guess he has to because these adepts are still alive. Not a huge fan of the execution of this build. We have a lot of cash in the bank as well. How do you want to follow this up is always the question as well. Blink Twilight, or, yeah, Blink +1. So we have what, 8 more adepts? More and more links going across the map. Is DRG still planning on all-inning off of this? That would be a mistake, wouldn't it? That really would be a mistake. These queens are now gonna get targeted down. I think DRG is... If this gets defended well, DRG is actually behind. Don't finish. Or do finish? No, that was a mistake. This finish was bad. This is getting cleaned up pretty slowly though. Look, he just keeps building links. 58 workers to 44 at this point. What is this degenerate behavior? just built way too many links this game. Was way too keen on being aggressive. Now, it is... Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh my god. Oh my god. If these 3 adepts would have stayed at home, this would have been the easiest hold of his life. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Can't make this up. More drones being taken out right now. But this is like... It's so sad because he really needs the extra gas from this base. So far, whenever I've seen Cyan play any type of low gas style, it didn't end up working. This makes me sad. If he's actually gonna play low gas again, he'll just lose the game. Because he's not very good at it. He's much better at using Templar and you know, higher gas units. I really would be quite disappointed. This Oracle flies across the map, sees that he's... now gonna get outmined by this fort base as well. I mean, this is just sad altogether, isn't it? Like, he needs these extra gases. He needs the Templar archives, honest to god, as well. Gonna lose the fort base here, so that's going to be 100 minerals, 25 as well on the cancel on that pylon. Once again, Lynx are coming here to attack. What a... Oh, what a sad game here as a Protoss player to watch this. Getting kind of destroyed. Yeah, he wanted to get a TA as well. That's so frustrating. TA, Templar Archive, sorry. Shouldn't use abbreviations for these things. Hatch is done in the main. Double Evo, so 1-1 upgrades soon. 1-1 upgrades are fairly irrelevant if you're playing against someone that's getting Storm. I hope it's Storm and not Archons. Really, I really hope this. Archons are not so great against what he's facing, but Storm would be really nice. Low drone count, low gas. Yeah, he's gonna lose. I'm gonna keep him alive, actually. This was a good fight, a really good fight. Bad fight out of DRG as well at the same time, obviously. Second forge. It's not good to play second forge like this. It honestly isn't. It's actually quite bad. Is there a reason one can't stream YouTube and Twitch concurrently? Well, yeah, I'd get both. I'd get my Twitch stream banned, I think. Or at least a warning and then a ban, maybe. So I think as an affiliate or partner, you're not allowed to do that. YouTube is fine with it. YouTube doesn't give a crap. I don't think Twitch would do anything, but I don't really want to risk it. Because I like Twitch. It's a nice platform. Yeah, the creep thread is very nice for now, but... Ah, come on, Cyan. Get it together, man. Ah, this is so expensive. It's so expensive. And for no reason. This is needlessly expensive. Right now, Zealots, because they're only +2 and there's +2 carapace, are actually kind of bad against Lynx as well. I think if DRG goes for an attack with even just a moderate amount of Banelings, he's going to win. Maybe even without Banelings altogether. There's Adrenal Glands, there's 2-2. Zealots don't deal well with the Lynx. I think he can actually fight this. If he legit gets like 10 Banes or something, I think he's fine. He has so little gas though. He's working off 2 gas. This is a 2 gas build. I've never seen this at work. No wonder he can't afford any Banes. Oh, 3 gas. Sorry. I can't count. Now he's taking a 4th. There's 142 Lynx. He's legit just massing Lynx like a madman. Just a couple of Banes to deal with everything else. And then the Lynx Like, even against Archons, links that have 2-2 and adrenal glands are quite powerful. See that? My PC is starting to lag a little bit, honestly. Oh. GG. Sad game. Really sad game. Cyan had such good opportunities and just kind of wasted it for no reason. It does make me sad. DRG playing Beating Remaster with stupid stuff? It kind of looked like it, honestly. Can you teach me probe micro? No? I don't even know what's there to teach you. Like, what do you mean probe micro? You just need to be good. This is like trying to teach someone running. You just need to go fast. This is the only thing. People that care about running form are also mentally off. This only matters when you're very good. It's the same with probe micro. You just get faster. That's all you need to do. Harstem, would you have gotten 6 gas ASAP and made Storm and Archons versus this Messling? Well, I probably wouldn't have been in this good a position in the first place. Like but yeah, against low gas builds, it's really good to get Storm out. Because the only thing that beats Storm is gas units. Like heavy gas units. And even Banelings aren't great. So if your opponent is building a lot of links, Storm is fabulous. Like, links just die against Storm 100%. It's the best call always. Yeah, Storm was the answer, but he lost the third base, so he doesn't have a lot of gas, which is an issue. And then he gets attacked on the fourth base as well after, so he feels forced into morphing these Templar into an Archon, which is also frustrating. Like, all around is just, life is just freaking sucking for him. When do you get your robo production out? When you start seeing roaches en masse? Yeah, you want to start Immortals when you see roaches. But you already want to have a robo earlier, because a prism and observers are powerful tools to have anyway in any situation. Cyan lost a good amount of Archons, which would have helped him against Messling. Archons are very good at tanking, and they're okay at killing links as well. Like, especially in higher numbers. But it is not comparable at all to Storm. Like, people think this, but it's not. Like, Storm is so much better than Archons against links. Like, links can do something if they're well spread out against Archons, okay? They can deal damage. Against Storm, they just die before they even arrive. They legit can't do anything. They're useless. They're dead supply almost. That's why you always only see pure Baneling Roach once Storm kicks off, you know? You have like a couple of links, but very little. Hardly any. Nice wall. It's correct. That makes me happy as a Protoss player. What is DRG doing? Edge forward. You know what DRG sometimes does? Link floods. I like that. I like link floods. What about disruptors if you have no TA up in this situation? What? What about disruptors if you have no Templar Archives up in this situation? No, well, disruptors aren't good against links. Disruptors are good against roaches. And against generally range units from Zerg. Because range units are heavier and expensive and difficult to micro. A month ago I suggested again, Dennis. Go ahead. Alright, let's have a look at this game actually. As we have a An Adept coming out first, Stalker as second unit. Was this Warp Gate before Stargate? I think it was. So what's happening over here is that we have a bit of a mind game being played. Now, what type of mind game is this, you might be asking? It is the mind game of a Twilight Council. So as a Zerg player, you try to get a lot of information. You see, hey, Warp Gate first. Most of the time that indicates that it's going to be a Twilight Council first as well. On top of that, you're seeing 3 units being produced pretty quickly. This also is kind of a sign of a quick Twilight Council. So all of this points into the Twilight Council direction, and it means it is possible that we're going to see a delay on the Spore Crawlers here. Now, there is a second Overlord out on the map, and that might allow DRG to get the scout in anyway, which would be kind of nice. Because the issue often isn't with the first Oracle, the issue is with the second Oracle. Look at the timing on this Baneling Nest, that's really early. That is really early. Hey Harstem, any news from Stormgate? They had a stand at Gamescom, but for press only, so they didn't talk to me. Oh, anything that I know that isn't public is locked behind an NDA, so I can't share anything. I'm sorry about that. But I appreciate the 10 euros that you sent my way, Marcus. Okay, so the double Oracle has been sent out, and it's going to hit just before the Spore Crawler is about to finish, which is good. Third Oracle is also on the way here. Its Natural is in some trouble, so it's going to be 2 dead drones immediately. That's a 1 and a 2 and a 1, 2, 3, 4. Oracle in trouble. No, Oracle's fine. Oracle, yeah, barely fine. Baneling Nest has finished up, and it seems like DRG wants to do something with this, maybe? 6 more links on the way? Yes. 4 Adepts have been sent back home after all. Just gonna send these across the map to maybe try and kill one of these pylons. He's gonna get 1 pylon at least. Battery gets thrown down. More and more links on production. Oh, it's going to be a Queen Walk here with Ling Bane. This could actually be the end of this. Ooh, 1 Oracle gets taken out. Does get the scout. No, it stays alive actually. That's a big deal. Pylon will fall. Battery is really important though. Needs to survive for a bit longer. Here come the Crimson Chin. Or well, the Banelings. And they're gonna connect with that battery. Oracle's in the back helping out. Is there enough gateways to really warp in here? The answer is no. This base is toast. Queen's gonna move back home. 52 workers to 42. Charge starts now. +1 melee starts now. Nyeh. This is not good. This is not good. Robotic facility on the way. We have 4 gases. Oracle will die. No, once again. Man, this Oracle has escaped death twice now. His friend is not quite as fortunate. Honestly, if you're a Zerg in this position, a Roach Warren is an absolute must. I don't understand why DRG hasn't built one yet. Because if there's no third base, it can only be a charge Archon attack. Yeah, there's a Roach Warren now, which is the correct call. 100%. I appreciate this. +1 melee halfway done. But it's all going to be fairly irrelevant. Cyan hasn't built an extra worker ever since his Nexus got taken out. This is fake. Like, it's not real. That's what fake means, after all. Double Oracles towards the main. Might get 2 kills. Once again, Oracle barely manages to survive, but will survive. Link count fairly high here. Oh. Archon's being morphed in. +1, not done for the links. This is a bad fight for DRG. He shouldn't fight this. Should start some roaches as well. He's kind of playing with fire here for no real reason. 11 drones? Really? If Cyan were to make a serious attempt to cross the map with his 8 gateways and 2 Archons, he actually would have had a chance, I think. Some probes getting taken out for free. That's frustrating. Not the end of the world. DRG forgot the micro there for a couple of minutes. Oracle's once again heading towards the main base as this Prism is trying to go there as well. Roach count up to 7. Is that enough? Okay, 9 more roaches on the way. It's going to be up to 12. Now, with a 2-pronged attack, maybe it is still possible. If he gets into the main base, it would be huge. I mean, he doesn't really get into the main, I guess. Yeah, no, not really. And now DRG is up like 74 to 59 workers. This is looking kind of nasty. Kind of gnarly over here. Cannon's going to get taken out before it ever gets to see the light of day. Simulator about to finish up as well. We need some more gas mining. We have Disruptors plus Archons, but on 71 workers of Zerg with +2 and +2 melee and +1 range on the way. If you don't have a fort base yet, you're in trouble. Really in trouble. That I don't like. $32 more links on the way here. Yeah, I think Cyan is toast. It's gonna lose a lot of supply here. Might as well GG at this point because it's absolutely over. I mean, there's like a 48 supply difference or something, so it's garbage. Yeah, it's barely gonna hit something. Disgusting behavior. Disgusting. Archon's still alive with the super battery. He's actually kind of big. This guy's really pack a punch. But he should never be capable of defending her. There's too many roaches. Try to get in towards the natural is failing miserably again and again and again. 76 supply though. Ooh, he doesn't get the kill here. Barely doesn't. Do we still believe in life after being hit by banelings? Maybe we do. Hello? Alright. Alright. I do appreciate this for sure. 3 Archons moving towards this bottom base. Now, I still believe that DRG is fairly far ahead, but... He's making it way harder on himself than it should be. Hasn't constructed any works in quite a while. Does have a 5th base on the way. I mean, if you get any connections against a 67 worker Protoss, you're probably going to be just fine though. What is this? Like 14 banes? Yeah. With +2. Have a good match there, my friend. It's going to be rough, that's for sure. Salads, can they be caught? Can they be caught? No, they can't. Bottom side here. Once again, despite only being on 3 bases, Cyan actually putting up quite a show. Love to see a Prism here. Yeah, he's building one right now. We have more Templar on the way. It's just difficult for him to get rid of his minerals. He's going to build a fort base forward. Still believe that DRG can just kind of move in there and kill it. Looks like it has some real potential. I'm almost starting to believe again. Almost. I mean, if Cyan wins the next big engagement, DRG hasn't really droned up to a bigger number at all. He's coming from one side. There's 3 disruptors. Can we get big hits? That's a pretty fat hit. That second one was garbage. 3rd shot coming in. Hits just a single roach. Now zealots are being taken out. There are 7 Archons here, but the roach count might just be a little bit too big. No super battery doesn't help either. And that does mean that this time around DRG is going to most likely break his opponent. 1 more Purification Nova gets just a single roach. 150 supply to 93. 72 army supply to 23. This is absolute pain as the fort base gets cancelled. And I think that is the... yeah, that is the funeral bell. Does the funeral have a bell? That is the funeral home calling. They're here to take Cyan because he is freaking dead. which is intense because then we get Ryung versus Dark up next. And then after Ryung versus Dark, we get Lambo versus Cyan. So 2 more matches for today. Good Zealot run by, honestly. I actually think that what's he called? Cyan is playing a pretty decent game. If his early games weren't so god-awful every single time, like, he would actually be a pretty decent player. It's the opposite almost of his PvT, where he had great early games and then tried ruining it hard in the mid game. Here, like, his decision making in mid is often good. He just doesn't have the eco to back this up at all. Also lacking in the macro just a tiny tad. Yeah, mineral income is huge here. Definitely huge. Oh, look at these Vipers taking out this hatchery. I love this fluorescent green that you see when it connects with the hatch. Such a beautiful color. It looks so toxic, you know? Like proper toxic. Not this ugly faded green that the larvae have. There's something beautiful about that. It's the same when the baneling explodes. There's this really kind of toxic green color. I like that. Does this have any banes? There's a couple of banes in there. Not too many though. Archon's very far forward. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. This is going to hit. And this game is extremely over. And like, it still is. Like, no matter how many more fights, Cyan is barely going to hold on. Like, it doesn't really matter because he has no future economically. You know, you can see his life slipping away from him. Just bit by bit. This is the most frustrating type of game, though, where you truly believe that it's almost getting close. Almost getting close. Not quite. You know what would be good to have here? This is, I think, a really underrated move in general in the late game. Is that when you're in a bad situation like this, is that you just add 9 or 10 carriers to your army. Imagine this setup, but just plus 10 carriers. How sick would that be? Like, all of a sudden, there's no anti-air at all. Why don't Protoss players just do that? God, they're so stupid. Archon's going to connect with these banelings. Well, that's not actually what Archons want. I made it sound like that was a positive thing. That human is connecting real nice with the bullet over there. All right. That's game, set, and match. And that means that we'll be going to a commercial... No, we are going into Ryung versus Dark, which once again is going to be on the same server. Are we done with the Protoss matchups? No, we have one more. So we go Dark versus Ryung into Lambo versus Cyan. Both these matches are very hype because Dark, Ryung, and Lambo can all make it and they can all get knocked out still as well. Yeah. So I'll give this six stars. Could you compete against DRG, Cyan? Yeah, of course I can. What the heck? Wait, why are we leaving this server? Wait, what's happening? Sorry, I'm making sure that I'm not gonna miss everything. Last time I played against DRG, I won one series and I lost the series. This was at DreamHack in Jönköping. So yeah, make of that what you will. Make of that what you will, you pricks. Do you still believe in life after love? I'm very hungry. I want to grab some food from downstairs. But I'm afraid I might miss the next game. Do you think Lambo or DRG is the better Zerg? I prefer playing against DRG over Lambo. I think Lambo has very good ZVP. I think DRG is considered to be better against Terran, though. I could be wrong. Yeah, Cure's first place, mate. Don't worry about Cure. And they're taking quite a time to set this up. I don't know why that is, but this is the way of the world, my friends. Thoughts about local versus online tournaments? Well, I prefer I prefer offline tournaments. It's fun to see everyone. And it helps me as well, you know, see hello, it's nice. That's kind of what you live for, is the offline tournaments. Online tournaments are fun, but you also have the issue of ping always, which just sucks, right? When you're watching Cyril versus Maru at an online tournament, you should always be aware that one of the two players at any given point has 180 or even 200 ping. Like, that is a significant amount of ping. So no matter what you tell me, this is never going to be a fair match. Like, one player will always have one better map. And there's also the difference between races for who ping is better in different situations, right? People often say that Zerg requires no micro. I would never say something like this. I just heard this on the street. I'm just asking questions, really. You know? Do Zerg players actually micro their units? I'm not aware of it, at least. It's possible that they do, but I haven't seen it. Once again, just asking the questions. Hi, Harstem from Canada. Can you show us your dog? No, my dog is sleeping and he's sick. I don't want to wake him up. And he's sick as well. If I'd have to... I have a video in which I fight against my dog in rank roulette. You can find that. I can link it to you if you want. Oh, crap. I saw a game at Showtime, I think yesterday, where he had 10 Stargates for the quick remax in a really late game. He didn't go for a big fight. Do you think remaxing Skytos works? Sometimes it does, yeah. Sometimes it doesn't. I mean, it depends a bit on how good the scouting of everyone involved is. My dog is sick, I have to go, is what girls say when you try to make them watch Wes Anderson movies. What the hell is a Wes Anderson movie? People that know the name of producers of movies are usually a little bit off in the head, or like directors. Wes Anderson is an American filmmaker. His films are known for their eccentricity, unique visual and narrative styles, and frequent use of ensemble casts. Speaking of the new patch, I was hoping to see what kind of new cheese Haas would invent for it, but turns out he's retiring. Yeah, don't worry, we'll take over where Haas left off. What is it? Best of 3. Dark, Ryung, and we're playing on Neo Humanity. I'm freaking starving though, so let's pretend like I'm still here. Well, I put it on this guy. Okay. I'll be back in 2 minutes, don't worry. No crying, guys. I'll be right back. Hello? Good lord, sorry, I was hungry. I hadn't eaten in a couple of hours. I'm not one of those people that can go without food for a long time. You know what I'm saying? I need to eat consistently. I just got a headache. Also got myself a nice little coffee. We're back in action. 12 workers killed. Sure, buddy. Nothing happened. Oh, one drone actually died. That's actually pretty sick Reaper micro. That's not what you usually see at all. Usually you hardly see anything getting killed. This is a terrible Hellion run by, which is not going to achieve anything at all. It's going to get like 4 worker kills. And then it's going to die. This is being defended kind of oddly. 5 worker kills for 4 cars is usually not worth it. I think Dark... Did he play gasless here? Looks like it to me. Gasless opener out of Dark. Or was this? Yeah, this was gasless. Gasless opener out of Dark. Loses 4 workers. Now it's coming in clean with a bit of a roach pressure behind this. I honestly think Dark is winning pretty hard. I honestly think he's winning pretty hard. The other day you said going without food is fine. Its sleep deprivation is very bad. Well, I agree technically with that. Because I also said it myself. So, and I always tend to agree with myself. Like, going without food is possible. I just prefer not doing it. I like eating all the time. But if you don't eat for a long enough amount of time, you kind of... Like, it fixes itself. I once tried a 3-day fast. Or, well, 72 hours. And I managed to finish that with, honestly, relative ease. Like, the first day, the first time you have to have a meal is pretty hard. But then once that is over, that part is fine. And then the day after. So if you haven't eaten in like 24 hours, from 24 to 48 is really difficult. But from 48 to 72 was honestly really easy. I think I could have gone for way longer after that. Did you drink water? Yeah, of course. I drank water and I had Himalayan salt. Like 2 times a day, I think it was. Like a certain, like I would weigh it. I can't remember how much it was though. Or like teaspoon it. It was very little. Going more than 24 hours without food is terrible for the body. Yeah, probably is. Drinking alcohol is also terrible for the body. I also sometimes do that. I sometimes stay up the night. It's also terrible for the body. You know, sometimes you just gotta try things. I don't think it's that bad if you do it once or twice. You know, it's not the end of the world. I just wanted to see if it was possible. Well, I knew it was humanly possible. If I could mentally do it. Yeah, I managed to do it. And what I did notice was that, especially for the first week, my appreciation for food grew by an enormous amount. Like, I remember the first bite I took. So I had a meal of Greek yogurt, and I really wanted a donut. So I had a donut and Greek yogurt, and it was so freaking delicious. Like, the Greek yogurt was so full of taste to me. Like, oh, I remember exactly. It's probably one of the most memorable meals that I've had in my life. Despite it just being a very average meal. Well, it wasn't even really a meal. Like, a donut is not really a meal. But I really wanted a donut. Yeah. Alright. It's a roach all in. This time with 1-1. As there is 3 tanks in position. 4 tank is unsieged. Ryung is trying to get back home and is kind of getting back home. He has 1-1 himself as well. This is very all-in out of Dark, but that is completely fine because the all-in is working. Banshee needs to move out of position. Does it barely in time. Workers are going to be taken out as Dark takes the first map. And I think if Dark takes the first map, which he is doing obviously, I think Ryung is out if Dark wins 1 map. But I could be wrong about that. I don't think there's any way for Ryung to make it out of this group if he loses the first map. Is that correct? I don't think there's any way. Is there? No, wait. If Lambo loses to Cyan, then it's still possible. I'm so bad at these scenarios. I really should just keep my mouth shut and let the Liquipedia people do their math. We'll have a look at the bracket again after this. Dark always goes roach all in on this map. No, last time he didn't. He played roaches, but didn't all in. He went into Infestation Pit and a Broodlord Rush, which failed. Didn't really work. This is looking much, much better. 71 workers to 49. Yeah, Dark didn't only skip Link speed, he also went gasless, which means he has significantly better eco early on. 2-2 has finished up right now though for Ryung. Ryung is pushing this back. Has a lot of medevacts here. Dark needs to be somewhat careful. He can't just keep throwing units into this. Not with just 1-1 at least. 48 workers to 71. I actually would recommend to Dark that he wouldn't continue fighting right now. I actually think he needs to go back home. Ryung going in. 83 army supply to 97. There's quite a few medevacts here. There's no tanks, but this is a well-upgraded Terran army at the moment. Biles coming from every direction are going to connect with a lot of these medevacts. That is an issue. That is a massive issue. The Marauders are still standing better than they ever did. Looking like a great survivor, but feeling like a little kid as they do get cleaned up here. GG gets called. Dark ends up winning after all. Almost went a bit too deep, but ended up going back home. Beautiful little win there. As DRG and Cyan are officially out. Yeah, Ryung, as long as Ryung wins this series, he still has a chance. Top tier background piano. Yeah, I try my best. I try my best with the piano, my friend. Try my best with the piano. What can I say? I'm a piano man. You know that Billy Joel song? Joel? Joel? Wrote it about me. I am the piano man. Leave it to the experts, Harstem. You are more of a self-professed expert than an actual expert. What? What are you talking about? I know a lot about coffee. Did you know, for example, that coffee is brown and not black? People who offer black coffee should be arrested. It's not a thing. If you train while fasting, you lose more fat than muscle. But it also depends on your body fat. The fatter you are, the more fat and less muscle you burn. That's exciting. When's the last you have jammed the guitar? I was jamming a little bit yesterday with myself. Some nice backing tracks in there. I played my E minor scales like no one has ever played them before. It sounded beautiful to me. Was it slow? Sure. Was it not proper? Sure. But I liked it. Fat is the preferential source. Yes, you lose some muscle, but it's not an ideal energy source. Yeah, I'm a jam enjoyer. Yeah, I like putting on the YouTube backing tracks and listening to them. Then playing individual notes on my own electric guitar. Which, if you don't know, I have a golden guitar. The entire body is made of gold. Well, gold colored, but it still counts, in my opinion. I think if you had an actual guitar made of gold, it would probably be very heavy. So that wouldn't be very smart at all. How can your heart rate be so low? That's how uninterested I am in ZVT. You should see it shoot up when the Protoss is involved. Straight into the high 120s. All these nerds concerned about losing their vast supplies of muscles. Huge muscle supplies. Don't we all? Every morning when I wake up, it's all I think about. You know, it would be an awful way to start the day. Losing my vast supply of muscles. Unbelievable. What cam do you have? Quality is sick. I have the Sony ZV-1 with a Sigma 16mm 1.4 lens on it. So it's a very high quality camera. And I connect it to my computer through an Elgato Cam Link. So that is how I do it. Why don't you use gaming headphones, Captain? First of all, let me state that this was my own decision. People have been spreading the rumor that I got bullied into getting rid of my gamer headsets. But no, I myself decided, without interference from outside, that I wanted to keep my my hairline proper. And when I would put the headset on top of my head, it would create a dent. Similar to Moses splitting the Red Sea, my Alienware headset was splitting my hair and leaving a mark there as well, even when I wasn't wearing it. So I decided, without being bullied by anyone, like I said, my own volition, I decided to invest into some high quality in-ears. I have the Garmin Venue 2. Yeah. In black or in gray, I think it is. It was in a sale and it's quite nice. I liked it. So yeah, no, I wasn't bullied by a mirror. I just noticed this. So, you know how a lot of people, they kind of get self-conscious about things, or, you know, they feel their self-worth going down when they see their hair is going backwards or something. But me, I'm an analytical person. So I saw this more as as an engineering question, you know? Because that is truly what I am. I'm an engineer. I see an issue and I look for a solution. So I engineered the issue of my hair going away, but it was not emotional. I just, you know, I was interested in this problem on an intellectual level. And that is why I'm different from most of you. I just thought it was just an interesting case. So, and it worked out. My hairline is growing back nicely. I don't have the gamer dent anymore. I feel like there's less pressure on my brain overall as well, which I enjoy. The first step to stopping bullies is asking for help. I feel like that is what bullies like, though, isn't it? Is you having to run to an authority figure. I thought the best way to stop bullies is to just beat them up or something. And actually, no. Oh, link flood alert. Ryung just barely in time there. This went very poorly for Dark. He's killed 0 workers so far, I think. Maybe 1. There's 3 SCVs just kind of pumping around over here for banter as well. 1 or 2 Hellions have gone down. This one, the tail of this fight went pretty poorly. Hello, SCV. This is SCV thought he finally had he was like, I have the Hellions with me. Let's fight, baby. I lost 8 SCVs in the end anyway. I don't think that was necessary. If he would have just stood on the ramp like a normal human being for a little bit longer and had pulled all the SCVs back home, I don't think he would have lost that many workers at all. He would have been in a phenomenal position. Honestly, he's still in a phenomenal position. This was a 2-base link flood and it didn't really end up working out. Oh, is there a banshee here? No, there's not. Cloak? Yeah, there is a banshee, there's just no cloak. People often ask me that as well. What was first? The banshee or the cloak? Most of the time it is the banshee. 2 E-base being thrown down here. There are... Oh! Oh, gnarly. Gnarly, gnarly, gnarly. Oh, you see that? 2 E-base before 3 barracks. Sheesh. That is kind of lit, for real, for real. Oh god, this is powerful. Gonna hit a tight 1-1 timing then. There's a roach run on the way here for Dark. Has no Evo chambers quite yet. Ryung meanwhile cruising around, having the time of his life with his... what do you call these guys? With his Hellions and his Raven. Taking some damage on the Raven. 4 more barracks as well. Or sorry, 2 more barracks on top of the initial 2. Is Dark actually going to play Roach from this position? I think it's going to be really difficult. It's going to be behind for sure. One more creep tumor goes down. Nice. I really like this control. He's being so patient with this as well, you know? Just kind of saying, hey, if you're gonna throw down creep tumors, I'll take him out, but I won't commit to anything. I'm just here from a distance. Dark is up to 68 workers. Does have 1-1 on the way, but he's on 3 base. This is fairly crap, honestly. Dark setup. He's getting an infestation pit on 3 base. Could be for Swarm Host, but we know it isn't going to be for Swarm Host. It's going to be for a fast hive into Lurker. 1-1 significantly faster here for Ryung. Takes out some links on the side. Should have thrown down this armory about, what, 20 seconds ago. Is going to get them out eventually, though. Could potentially get a kill on this hatchery, as this Raven Hellion run by is still waiting off to the side. Look at this creep spread. It's just being denied over and over again. Actually good control. Legit good control. 1 more rotation, I wouldn't mind. 3 more barracks, so it's 8 racks. 8 racks, 2-2 timing attack. So this is a pretty classic build order. This is the type of build that you play as a Terran when you're ahead versus someone that is much better than you. You play the 8 racks because it's really hard for Zerg to hold this if they're behind. This is just a powerful all-in. Zergs kind of tend to forget about it every now and again. I love this creep denial. Don't forget, it's going to hit with 2-2, and he'll have an interference matrix, anti-armor missile. So another -2 armor as well. Oh, big scans. 1, 2, 3, 4 tumors. Takes out 1 roach, takes out 3 roaches. That's a proper trade as well. Once more, Raven moving in. So important this Raven stays alive, honestly, for the incoming push. Look how little creep there is. It's going to be super easy here for Ryung to just move command across the map, set up some siege tanks into good positions, and then go for the kill. Hive is on the way. It is going to be a Baneling transition, with Vipers perhaps. But honestly, supply is looking fairly solid for Ryung. That was a lag spike that someone just got. I don't think that was me though. I don't think that was me. I do have high ping, but not high ping that I'm getting spikes. This gets picked up. Here come the Hellbats. It's going to be close, real close. This is a bad split on the army for for young King Ryung over here. Oh, hello. Anti-armor connects with a large portion of this army right now. Raven pretty much, I think there's like 4 HP left. One more anti-armor missile is available though. Could try and get it here. He's gonna try and get it. Gets a big hit here. Gets a big hit on a lot of the units in the back. Tank gets taken out. Marines will take out one of these bases. Dark now being reset to just 3 bases. So 3 base versus 3 base. +2 is about to finish up as well. The Raven is still alive. Has one more anti-armor missile in it. How many of these bad boys do you have, my friend? How many anti-armor missiles can one man have? Here we go, one more big hit, very fat hit. He's already going to be up 1 upgrade in general. I actually think that Ryung is just doing this. Absolutely doing this. Superior upgrades, superior army right now. Bailing count is not high enough. There is 4 tanks in the back. Viper's definitely going to help out. Is it Parasitic Bomb? Is it Blinding Cloud? Infestors dying with fungals in the tank as well, as 1 Blinding Cloud will connect. Ryung continues moving forward, is gonna get the W over here most likely. Dark with the final stand cannot break this tank line. And as more and more reinforcements are streaming across the map, with a bunch of medevacts still alive, I do believe that Ryung has done the unthinkable. He has beaten Dark on Royal Blood. Bam, bam, bam. GG gets called. Yes, 1-1 is the score here. And we'll be heading into the final game. Of this best of 3. Very cool indeed. Huh? Can Ryung open the gates to 2nd place for Lambo? Yeah, right? Yeah. If Ryung beats Lambo... if Ryung beats Dark and Lambo wins 2-0, Lambo is 2nd place, correct? Can you play any instruments? Yeah, I can play guitar, man. Would you consider shaving your head for a charity stream? Oh, I've shaved my head twice already in the past. It was fine. I just didn't enjoy it so much. I don't like doing tricks for stuff though, like shaving your head for a charity. It doesn't sound like me. I once had to eat a shoe because I lost a bet, so I ate a chocolate shoe, and then I lost another bet, so I had to eat 2 chocolate shoes, and I did that in the same day. I felt very sick afterwards. Chocolate is not good for you in large portions, maybe even in small portions. I'm not even sure about that. Would you do a hot tub stream for charity? I mean, you mean I'm just sitting in a hot tub? I'm not so interested in that. It just doesn't sound like fun for anyone involved, really. Like, what makes it better that I'm in a hot tub rather than just sitting on my chair? The hot tub stream concept doesn't make a lot of sense to me. You know what the fun part is about the hot tub? Is that it is comfortable. The people that sit in hot tubs for their hot tub streams, they have to sit in there for like 8 hours. They get like wrinkly hands. Like, it's freaking awful to sit in water for such a long time. I don't think it is very fun. And I also don't understand, if you're watching a hot tub stream, wouldn't you want to rather be in a hot tub yourself? It's not like it's really expensive to go to like a swimming pool and sit into one of their hot tubs, you know? That would be a better use of your time, I think. If you... Like, who watches other people sit in hot tubs? I don't understand that. It doesn't sound enjoyable at all to me. Like, I'd much rather sit in a hot tub myself. But then also for a medium amount of time. I don't want to sit in a hot tub for 5 hours for a stream. That sounds awful. That's just a terrible idea to use all the expensive equipment that you have and then put it near water. That just sounds like a terrible plan. So no, I'm not going to do a hot tub stream. That just sounds awful. Simps and losers like hot tub streams? I just don't understand why. Like, what is so special about the hot tub? It just doesn't make sense to me, the entire concept. But then again, I also don't own a hot tub. Maybe if I own a hot tub, it would be different. I'm thinking of getting a sauna. I like the thought of having... You could do a sauna stream. Just break all the cameras that go in there. Now that's high tier. It's like a little 1 or 2 person, like one of these bucket saunas, I think you call them. Wouldn't you rather play StarCraft 2 rather than watching a StarCraft 2 stream? No, I don't actually have that. I like playing StarCraft 2 a lot, but sometimes if I just want to relax, I love watching StarCraft streams, man. It is so relaxing. You know, I've also turned into the guy yelling at the TV. So whenever I'm watching StarCraft streams and a commentator says something stupid, I'll always yell at the TV and tell them to fix it. Oh, come on, that's not true. Or when a player does something wrong, or when I'm watching like a personal stream, or they say something, then I'll always correct them. Irene finds this so annoying. She'll always give me some side eye. Like she'll be sitting there, I don't know, doing whatever. And I'm screaming at the TV like some lunatic. Do you like watching your own streams? No, I sometimes watch back my own videos. If they're a bit older. I can't stand watching videos that I recently published, but I like watching some of my older videos sometimes. Especially if they're funny. Yeah, it's like, oh, that was a nice little joke. Yeah, I have a good laugh at it. I always, yeah. And sometimes I'll watch my own like videos back, and then I think, when this happened, I should have said this. That would have been such a good joke, you know, or such a good little... That would have been some insightful commentary. And I'm sometimes sad that I miss, you know, these opportunities when I watch them back. But yeah, I like watching my own videos sometimes. Yeah. I can't stand watching myself live, but that's also not possible. Do you like chocolate milk? No, I don't really like chocolate milk, actually. I don't have much with the concept of chocolate milk. You know what I do like? Is I recently found a drink. It is like... well, it basically is just a mango lassi. I like mango lassis. I don't like many like milkshakes or smoothies, but mango lassi is very delicious. Oh, I think this is me. Oh no, it's a barcode. Nice. Out. Like, I think mango lassi is legitimately the most delicious drink there is. That is non-alcoholic. Sometimes I like beer, but that is just... I almost never really enjoy certain beers by themselves, but in combination with like snacks, I think that's delicious. Do spectators cause lag for players? Yeah, of course they do. Why adjust the cam border by 6 pixels? I don't know, I just do that sometimes. When I'm bored, I start playing with the camera. I can't help myself. Yeah. Gotta make sure that I look my best. Those 6 pixels might make the difference between being a 3.5 and a 4. Would you do a StarCraft stream sometime? Yeah, I could do that, I think. I wouldn't mind it. I find it quite fun to play, so yeah, sure. Okay, CC on the way here. Starport about to finish up as well. Or well, has finished up. It's going to be triple CC. Maybe Raven? If he plays Raven again, I'd love that. Okay, Banshee. Maybe Banshee into Raven, who knows. It's allowed. You know what we haven't seen in a while? Some Disney Mech. That's actually something I do kind of miss. It's actually been a very long time since I've seen some Disney Mech. It's one of these things you forget that you don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you hear a song on the radio that you haven't heard in years. It's like, oh, this is such a big song. I love this. I had that with... It's a song... Is it by Joni Mitchell? A Big Yellow Taxi? Or just called Yellow Cap. A big yellow cap. I heard that song a couple of years ago again for the first time. And I remember that I used to love this song when I was younger. It's pretty wild to have that type of discovery. You just don't listen to a song for 10 years. It plays again and you're like, oh my god, how did I forget about this? What is Disney Mech? What do you mean, what is Disney Mech? Disney Mech is when you play 2 Banshees into Raven and then play Cyclone Mech into Mass Banshees. But the Raven is absolutely... It's very important. Single armory into vehicle weapons. That is Disney Mech. He's once again playing Banshee into Raven, by the way. But it's bio behind it. Eight cars on the way out. Shoot stuff, mate. Come on. Go shoot some stuff. Or don't. I don't care. Your call. Infestation pit in the main base. 13 out of 36. Melee upgrades. Hatchery in the main. This is a 4th base, not a 5th base quite yet. We're gonna see another hatch here. This is dark style. I don't actually think that Ryung is good enough with Mech to beat Dark's Ling Bane. But I could be wrong. Look at the worker count already. We're 73 against 54. Which is kind of crazy. And this is actually a really high worker count already for Dark. This is the problem with these non-committal, like... Hellion Raven forces, is you're just not really doing much with them. Dark has invested heavily, right? He's already going Hive. He's going Hive. 6 minutes and 40 seconds in. This is not okay. Once more, we're going into an 8 Rex. So, we'll have to wait and see how this is going to pan out. The first 2 medevacs aren't even out yet. This is so slow. Armory will finish up. Like, why isn't he moving out with 16 Marines yet? This is... I think he forgot a reactor or something. He definitely also forgot a medevac here. This looks awful. Like, legitimately awful. He's gonna catch a couple of these Hellions here. Supply is very high for Ryung because there's so many hatcheries going down at the same time. Like, what is this? Dark is playing 7 hatcheries on the map and then 1 in the main. So 8 base, basically, versus a 3 base all in. Like, obviously that's going to cut into your supply here. This seems like a huge blunder, no? If there's one way to lose this game, it's like this. He's out of position, loses a hatch for free as well. This is not quite brilliant. We have Vipers on the way already, so it's going to be Lingbane Viper. 3 more reactors on the way. Rather than going for tech labs like before, he's going to pump out Marines 15 at a time. 7 barracks with reactor, 1 barracks with a tech lab. Ultra Cavern now on the way. This is one of the fastest Ultra rushes that I've seen in my life at high level. I wonder if it's going to be in time though. There's going to be 3-4 tanks as well, which, yes, is not a whole lot of tanks, but against low numbers of Ultras, might just barely be fine. 109 supply against... 114 army supply against 91. Upgrades are even. There's going to be an anti-armor missile, and there's hardly any creep. Dark coming in quick with a Ling run by, which is pretty cool. These Lings are actually going to get taken out here as the Hellions are showing up as well. Oh, Marines need to be somewhat careful, and they are being careful. That's a lot of units that just died here. That was legit 20-25 supply of Lings. No Ultras on the way yet. Chitin is plating just now starting. As we see Ryung moving forward. I think Ryung might just be capable of doing this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here come the Marines. Here come the tanks. First Ultras now on the way. There's 5 tanks here. There's a lot of Lings out on the map. They're going to bust this eventually. The question is, Is Dark going to be capable of holding at home? He's building more and more banelings there as well. We have a bunch of banes being morphed in this area. Can the natural be lifted in time? Yes, it will be. This tank is absolutely massive right now. So we see a bunch of Marines stimming back home. 8, 9 SCVs being taken out. Every single SCV might end up falling. No quick response here out of Ryung, while simultaneously keeping a tabs on what's happening in the front as well. 2-2 has finished up right now, unsieged with a portion of his siege tanks. Lightning Cloud gets utilized, but there's so many Marines here. The Raven is gone, no anti-armor missile, but double the army supply currently here for Ryung. Can he continue rallying across the map and perhaps end up winning this game? How is Dark going to fight this off? Medevacs are largely empty right now. There are 7, but not all of them are with this push, perhaps. As more Marines being kept at home, there is 1 tank. Second tank also now about to siege up. Quick lift here on that command center. That's a big move. So another base is going to get taken out. Now all of these extra hatcheries are paying off for Dark, as he has 164 supply against 181. If these drones end up dying, that would be fairly frustrating. The single Hellbat could take care of that, but won't. If these links get sandwiched, that would be a huge deal as well. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh! That's a lot of links going down right here. Immediately, 186 supply to 169. 36 banelings are out. No extra upgrades coming out for Ryung here, as Dark continues with his high worker count to outmine the opponent. Could send out another link run by. Adrenal Glands is done, of course. Here we go. None of these tanks are sieged currently. It is still 3 base versus, well, what is it? 4. Army supply 98 to 142. The ultra count is simply not high enough yet. We only have a single ultra out. Second one on the way. Blinding clouds are going to be important to deal with these tanks. This is a run by. This is not a flank. No, it is a flank. Maybe it's a bit of both. Well, no matter what it is, it's not going to succeed. Walks into about 60 Marines over there. There's 94 Marines on the map currently, as this Ultra is moving forward, is getting transfued at a high pace. And I am afraid that Ryung is kind of losing momentum over here right now. More and more Ultras are being added in. Tanks not sieged up. We get a big stim. Medevacs are empty. Is this the fight that we needed? A 182 supply against 170. 90 army supply to 131. All these Marines are completely dry when it comes to life. Ultras moving forward. Good transfuses. Look at this. This guy is invincible. Oh, no. Gets shot down literally a second later. Marines solo in health, though, as the Lynx have taken out all the mining on the other side of the map. Army supply still favoring Ryung for now, but for how much longer is that going to continue? 80 army supply to 52. A lot of that army supply is in medevacs as well. Holy freaking crap. What a game this is. Liberators moving across the map. More ultras coming out as well. So these lips are actually going to be real useful if you don't move command them into the opponent. Spore being sent forward here too. It's going to be taken out most likely. Stim and win. Another Ling run by being set up over here. Army supply getting closer and closer, inching towards Dark's favor. As +3 carapace is over halfway done, these Marines are in some trouble, need to be picked up or moved back. It's another run by of Lynx here, is dishing out a bit of damage. Good abduct there out of that Viper. Marines now moving in. We'll take out 2 Queens as well as a Viper. A bunch of Banelings also went down, but I think these Ultras are just a little bit too tanky. There's 4 of them as well. Dark doesn't want to commit quite yet, and why would he need to? He's in a winning position, and the longer it takes, the better it will be. 93 supply to 140. Dark cleans this up and thus wins the game and the series, guaranteeing himself 2nd place in this group number D. Well, group letter D, really. And very nice. That's going to be it for this little series. I'm going to be plugging in my camera. Apparently I unplugged it at some point. I was very close to dying. There we go. It starts charging up again. That's beautiful. Very close game here, as we'll be moving over to the American server. Caught a hair that was in the air. Not sure if my camera caught that, but it was a swift movement. Very swift. Lambo is true right now, right? I'm so bad at this stuff. I think so, yeah. Because their internal result is favoring Lambo, because Lambo beat Ryung. Actually, let me check what the rules are. Oh, there's no rule set. Nice. Usually you have like a rule set on who wins in a tight situation, but I'm gonna go head to head, will be more important. Because if one maps is more important, technically Ryung could still win. Because if... Wait, my groups just disappeared from Liquipedia. What is this? What is this? My groups that just disappeared. Look, I only have the match list. Even Liquipedia doesn't know what the answer is. What is this crap? Like, even if I unhide it, it's just not there. Show all. Hide all. Show. It just doesn't work anymore. It's dead. It's unbelievable. The one time I need Liquipedia. Well, whatever. Whatever. I don't care. It's not my problem anyway. Lambo needs one map, that's all, really. What is this garbage? I hope you're not talking about my stream. That would be awfully rude. Come in here and you start flaming me for no good reason. Who gave you the power to do that? It's 6755. Right, so if he... Yeah, right, so he needs to win one map. So if he wins one map, he's through, according to us. Correct? Oh, Ryung is 6'8". So Lambo right now is guaranteed third place, and this match is not relevant. Huh. What's a strange grunt? It's the background noises. It's not me. It's like the background of StarCraft makes weird noises. So you hear that sometimes. I hope that when I die, I will be reincarnated as one of the 8 zealots in one of Harstem's mid-games, so I can die in battle. What? Nice. Alright, let's watch it anyway, who cares? Didn't expect this stream to be still running. Yeah, me neither. You're lucky that my dog is still sleeping. Otherwise, I would leave. No, you can't see my dog. I'm watching the live stream of my dog right now. He's sleeping. You hope to be reborn as a mothership so you can spend 10 years getting ready for your purpose to only die after 30 seconds. I like the thought there, mate. I like the thought. Let's have a quick look to see how we're doing over here. All right. Friends, family, and other creatures, welcome to the final game of today. In the top left, the greatest Zerg player that has ever come out of Germany, Bavaria, and plays for Shopify Rebellion at the same time. It is Lambo. And in the bottom right, as our red Protoss player, it is this guy, Cyan. Good lord. My brain is absolutely fried for some reason. Does get the block here with the probe, so that's nice for him. Let's see what Lambo has up his sleeve. Lambo is a pragmatic person, though. Is he going to want to show his best strategies in a match that doesn't matter? Yes, because Lambo cares about his fans, unlike most other players. They say they care about the fans, but they don't care about the fans. Hey Captain, do you have a new Is It Imba or do I suck in the pipeline? Yes, today. So yeah, today a new Is It Imba or do I suck comes out. Okay, let's see what Lambo is up to. Oh, Mr. Lambo, what are your plans? Actually, I think Lambo is going to be the player that will react to whatever is going to be happening. And Cyan is going to be the player that will be doing whatever the heck he wants. Look at him go. Minerals in the mouth. I don't know why, but I really like the little details in StarCraft 2. Like the fact that when this mineral is in the mouth, it looks like it's, you know, it has magnetic powers and it's like pulling, you know, you see the purple glow around it. It's so high tier to me for some reason. Or when a probe gets hit by a Ling, you see a little hit mark on it. This really gets me going in a good way. It's like the eyes glowing. Like, the game is really quite pretty. I don't understand why. But when I watch other games, I never get the same feeling as I have with StarCraft 2, you know? It's never like, oh, like it's all just so perfect. This game is so crazy good. Like, look at the stupid Overlord, the way it moves. It's like his legs are dangling. Like how your legs would dangle in a bath of water, you know? And then like his entire body is moving like an idiot as well. And it all looks exactly how you would, like the swelling on its cheeks or whatever the heck this thing is. Like it just all looks so natural. And none of this was really necessary. Like they could have just, you know, they could have not done that. But they decided to do it anyway. I just like these little details. You're too passionate? I really like StarCraft 2. Like, unironically, I'm a huge fan. Look at it spin as well. Like, the graphics are so clear to me, you know what I mean? Like, you understand what's going on at all times. Even if you're a complete noob, you still kind of figure it out anyway. Well, the lore is for idiots. I mean, I don't play games to get good stories. If I want a good story, I'll read a book or watch a movie, you know? I think the stories there are much more important. I think in general, you're gonna get the best stories in books, majority of the time, because in books, the only thing that matters is the story. I've never had a game in which the story was very good. Where it's like, oh, this is great, or so intense. Is it possible to get GM with 120 APM and tanks on great videos? Yeah, of course. You can get GM with probably 80 APM if you try very hard. You need to focus more on casting while casting. Alright. Stanislav Lasko. I'll focus purely on casting now. The chat has been removed. No more interaction with any of you. If you want to thank anyone for that, it's Stanislav's mistake. Okay? Here we go again. 4 gateways already done as the Oracle makes its way across the map towards the forward base. It's going to get the scout. That is an absolutely huge deal over here because it allows Cyan to be a lot more greedy right now, either with his gases or perhaps taking his own forward base. And that is indeed what he is doing. We see big warpins here on the zealots. This is a fake stalker move as he's going for a charge. He wants to hit and he's going to hit very, very hard. Luckily for Lambo, there's already a roach warren out. Cloud reconstitution on the way. Bailing nest being thrown down as well on top of that. Oh, Lambo's getting all the tech at the same time, but it might just be a little bit too much. Nexus still hasn't gone down. 6 minutes and 12 seconds here into the game as the Queens move towards the right side, continuing to drop tumors left, right, and center. Here comes the move out that we've been anticipating for such a long time already. There's only links. There's no +1 yet on these links. This is awful as the Zealot starts charging in. Lambo in a world of trouble. Does he have what it takes to defend this? I am not so sure. Oracle's taking a lot of damage. Queens need to transfuse. Control on those Queens so far has been good, but is it good enough? I don't know. As the Zealots start connecting with these drones, they do get taken out. 9 drones, 10 drones, 11 drones as we just continue counting. Hatchery in a little bit of trouble here. 53 workers to 53. It is completely dead even as 16 of the drones have fallen already so far in this game. Roaches continue moving back and forth. A GG as Cyan wins the game here on Dragon Skills. And what a banger of a first game. This is the reason why this is the highest level of StarCraft 2 around right now. Absolutely bonkers. And this is also just Dragon Skills in a nutshell, you know. You look at the map, you think to yourself, what is better than going 4 Stalkers, 2 Adepts into a fake blink push, but in reality going for the charge, fake forward base, you don't throw it down. Absolutely mental. Royal Blood here as the second game. Lambo right now is going to be so happy with himself with the fact that he already is out of the group, because otherwise he would be pooping himself. He would be pissing himself in his pants because boy is this scary. The final game of the day. This is not how you want to start it, let me tell you that. So he gets completely blindsided by his superior Chinese Protoss opponent over here. Luckily for him, he's already out of the group as he has taken out Ryung earlier in the day with a 2-1 score. And that means that no matter what happens here, Lambo is still just going to get out of this group in 3rd place. There is nothing that can go better. There's nothing that can go worse for him either. It's just what it is. That 3rd place in the group behind Dark, behind Cure, which by the way have played an absolutely phenomenal series earlier on in the day. Cure showcasing that he is a Terran to be taken into consideration when we're talking about one of the top 5 Terrans worldwide. GG gets called. Good luck, have fun. Lambo is ready to shoot it. So is Cyan. So we're heading into our second game here in this best of 3 on Royal Blood. First game, of course, on Dragon Skills. Was a banger. Certified banger. Yes, sir. For real, for real. No cap on a stack on God. As the loading bar continues to climb up and we're about to hit the end here, most likely a couple of seconds. We see Cyan and Lambo currently tied when it comes to that loading bar. Don't forget, first map was played on the North American West server, and that is favorable for the Chinese players most of the time. Actually, I think a lot of the time every single map is on West. Yeah. Wow, so it's going to be 200, 210 ping here for Lambo, who struggles with his ping to America quite a bit. Cyan so far in the first game looked freaking beautiful when it came to that. Sends out the first probe here immediately and is going to be dropping a pylon in the natural straight away as well. That is a 13 pylon, allowing him to 100% get a block on the other side of the map. Lambo, meanwhile, 14 Overlord, no shenanigans here being added in. So that's going to be a pretty crazy start here, which is natural base will actually be placed on the 3rd base. This is something we almost never see. Unless you watch a lot of PVCs, then you see it almost every single game. Chrono Boost goes down here on that Nexus as the first real structure for Cyan will be constructed soon. He's forgetting to send his worker down though. Or is he? Oh, am I seeing a Nexus first over here? That is kind of cheeky, Cyan. This is something that is not common at the highest level of play whatsoever. Most of the time, we see those gateway first build orders. Cyan goes in for a scout. He's up to 18 supply already and is floating about 400 minerals. Boom! Perfect timing to get that Nexus down here in that natural base indeed. Probe once again pops in towards the main as well as the extractor now goes down. This is a wild build order coming out of Lambo. Lambo's going to be aware very soon. Let's take a look at his first person as he's spamming his hotkeys. He's making sure his drones are mining an optimal amount. Oh, Lambo. He's going to sigh. He's going to be upset when he sees that Nexus goes down because there's nothing he can do about that anymore. APM's very high, an average of 800, 900 for Lambo right now. Current APM 3500 as he's booting it up faster and faster and faster. Of course, really abusing that. What is it called? The hold down button. Repeat rate is what we call it. There we go. Really abusing that repeat rate that Zerg players have. Oh, so freaking fast. Now, gateway on the low ground is about to finish up. Will we see a second gate? Are we going to see a cybernetics core? This smells... Yep, this is a cybernetics core. This is indeed a cybernetics core with a fast zealot as well. A very uncommon play here. As another Overlord is going to be constructed. And a pullout out of gas. Who could have seen this coming? Metabolic boost here at the start of the game. 2 minutes and 17 seconds in. That is a second and a half faster than we're used to seeing. As this cybernetics core, the 10 more seconds and we will know what tech we're using here. What an exciting moment. I think as a Protoss player in general, when you're looking at real peak moments of excitement and adrenaline in these type of matches, you're always looking at the timing of the first real tech structure. The cybernetics core doesn't really count. The Stargate is what we're waiting for right here. Oh boy, this is going to be big. This is going to be huge. 2 more drones are on the way as well. Third base goes down on the natural. And this is kind of funny because the natural went down on the third and then the third went down on the natural. So it's just really hilarious to me. Blind battery in the base of Cyan as he's afraid of perhaps an all-in. Follows it up with a sentry as well. Very uncommon as he sends his stalker out to just kind of poke around. Let's see what his plans are going to be with this initial Stargate. What are your plans, mister? Hey, soul sister. Ain't that mister? On the radio, stereo. The way you move ain't fair, you know. Void Ray first into a Forge. This is a crazy build order that is uncommon at the highest level. Nexus first into these shenanigans. Good lord, when is the last time we've seen something like this? I can't quite remember it. Roach Worm being thrown down extremely quickly. Has this sentry been shown yet? I almost feel like that Cyan perhaps would want to show that sentry to trick Lambo over here. Because Lambo honestly is tricking himself already. He's patrolling these links all around the animal farm. And now this Void Ray is going to pop an Overlord. Pop goes the Overlord. So Hallucination is going in for a scout, Twilight, as well as a robotics facility, quick +1. This feels a lot like it's going to be an Immortal Charge follow-up. This is not very common at all. And I think the mind game really here is that you make your opponent believe you're playing double Stargate. You want them to go heavily into drones, 6 gases perhaps, and then you freaking kill them with a Charged Immortal in. That is the grand plan here. And we'll see if Lambo's going to fall for it. He's getting new gases already, gonna go up to 3. But as long as he has a Roach Warren, I think he's going to be just fine. And he has a Roach Warren, he has scouting. Like, really, how is Cyan going to kill his opponent? I don't quite see it. Nexus now going down 5 minutes into the game. The fact that there's 2 sentries is highly suspicious as well. Yeah, I mean, from here on out, how are you ever going to take care of this? I don't quite see it. 2 roaches already being produced, 62 workers, 2 more queens as well. So Lambo really being safe against practically everything. He's just waiting to get that confirmation as to what is going on the side of Cyan, who is mining long distance from this third base, has a Templar Archives here as well, and is going to hit like a freaking truck on the other side of the map in about 45 to 60 seconds from now. First Ravagers are being morphed, first roaches are on the way. We see 6 gas here for Lambo. Probably should be building an Overseer at this point, but so far Hasn't quite yet. 103 supply to 77. +1 is about to finish up here as well as the Templar Archives is nearing completion. Templar Archives, of course, only 36 seconds of building time. That is one of the shorter timings for Protoss tech structures. Just thinking about that gives me goosebumps. The nerd chills, as you could call it. As the Prism now is on the way. +1 has finished. The first Archon is being produced as well. And Aspire is on the way. Lambo still believes that this might be a carrier build. He's producing roaches. One at a time. Double Overseers now being built as well over here. And really the only way I see Lambo lose to this, if he gets a cardiac arrest in the next 15 seconds. Because otherwise I think Cyan is just going to straight up lose to whatever Lambo is going to throw at him. Lambo already building a fort base, already getting a Baneling nest, getting a bunch of links, adding in the roach horn, is trying to bank some gas in case of those carriers, wants to build corruptors as quickly as possible. So he's going for the +1 range. This is the exact same build that Cyan played yesterday when he was playing against Dark. Cyan managed to lose 1-2 to Dark. Playing a fantastic game number 1, but not managing to get a proper follow-up in. Lambo is going to get the surprise of a lifetime. I don't think he's quite seen this move out yet. There is a Spine on the way, so maybe I am wrong. As the Overseer is now getting in towards the main base and is going to see all of those gateways, and that's going to be the confirmation that Lambo requires in order to continue roach production. I just don't see any future for Cyan in this game. This army is hot garbage. This fort base might get taken out, but even if it does, this army should not be capable of doing anything. Is this fort base dying actually a big deal? No, it's nice, it's something, but 170 supply against 130 pretty much tells the tale over here. Robo Bay as well as the second robotics facility now on the way. Lambo decides to move across the map. He's going to catch this army. This needs to be a recall. This has to be a recall. This smells like a recall, and it is a recall. Sentries being taken out. I think 2 ended up falling there as the recall does go off. Queen's now starting to target down this warp prison. 9 Mutalisks on the way as well at the same time. And Lambo at 194 supply against a mere 140 here out of Cyan. Second robotics facility about to be finished as well as more cannons are being thrown down. Cyan for now just happy sticking on his 3 bases. Zealot Rumba is being set up. Could potentially take out this 4th base again. That could actually be a pretty decently sized deal that puts Lambo a little bit more all in than he ideally would like to believe he is. So Mutas trying to stay outside of the Void Ray vision. Not so sure if this has been spotted yet. It doesn't look like it. There's no cannons in the main base. There's no units whatsoever in the main base. Zealots now splitting off from the main army, trying to fight these roaches. Here are 3 Immortals. That's quite a decently sized army as the Zealots are moving in as well. Here, this is a move command. No A move. Mutas in the main base simultaneously as the Zealots hit the 3rd base. Cyan with an absolute banger of a move out here. Is actually holding on for now, has the +2 upgrade already. A couple of these mutas are going to get taken out, but it is still 64 workers to 49 right now. And that means that if Lambo micros these mutas, that Cyan is just in a world of trouble. He just doesn't have the eco to continue going on in this game. There's one more push that Cyan can execute, but that is really just going to be it. He has nothing behind this. Lambo is droning up, perhaps erroneously believing that this is going to be some type of a macro game, which, let's face reality here, it's anything but a macro game. Cyan is in an all-in position. He's building cannons, and I think these cannons that will perhaps allow him to move out across the map, because playing a macro game being down like this is just going to be so freaking difficult. Just don't see any real way of doing that. More and more mutas are being added in as well. There's still no fort base right now for our Chinese Protoss player. +1 melee is about to finish. I wouldn't mind seeing a second Evo chamber perhaps as well. 6 more drones, 2 more spine crawlers. Lambo knows what he needs to do in order to win, as he is now officially maxed out. 11 more Banes on the way as well. And we're going to be heading into well, a maxed out situation for Lambo, while we're taking a look at Cyan's side of things. He's looking mightily weak. 6 Archons, that's pretty powerful. Like, the units that he does have are very good, but he just doesn't have so many units. Mira still looking to tear this Protoss player apart. Stalker's getting caught slightly out of position here. Could be impactful on the outcome of this game. Stalker's really the only thing that can deal potentially with those Mutas as they hop in over towards the main base. Lambo now attacking towards the natural. Cyan not quite in position with his main army. Disruptors now coming in, trying to get some big hits. 8 more workers do get taken out as the cannon falls and the main warpins get blasted as well. Lambo still maxed out. Cyan at 130 supply, 90 army supply to 122 as another Archon gets taken out for free here. Mutas now pivot towards the third base as a blink down is going to try to help out the struggling Stalkers on the low ground so far. But there's so much cash in the bank for Lambo, and there's almost nothing left here for Cyan. 34 more links as well as an infestation pit is on the way. And ladies and gentlemen, this is starting to look worse and worse for our Protoss player. As I mean, this is really going to be the final push. And it's it's 5 Archons, 4 Immortals, 3 Disruptors. You're gonna need some banging Disruptor shots here if you want to achieve anything. That first Disruptor shot was okay, but you're gonna need more than that, that's for sure. Let's see how Lambo is going to solve this issue. As in Dutch we say, how is he going to wash that pig? And I don't quite know how he's going to do it, but perhaps by move commanding a couple of banelings in here would be a good start. As losing Queens pre-fight is usually not the ideal solution to a problem. As here comes the flank, a little bit late. Purification Nova not getting the hits it wants. There's another Purification Nova gets a pretty decent hit. So Cyan with an okay fight, keeps majority of his Immortals alive. Purification Nova still here as well. Now it's the turn of these Immortals to die. Lambo struggling to get the fight that he wanted. Is trying to add in an Infestor here as the Mutas continue dealing damage on the other side of the map. Lambo only on 66 workers. This might be the end of the day here. As it seems like Cyan is going to continue pushing out. Has done a phenomenal job, really has, at fighting. +3, I guess, really does help out. Who would have thought that upgrades would be good in a game where upgrades provide value for all your units at the same time? I definitely wouldn't have expected that. Mutas once again now going in towards the natural. Could maybe get a couple more kills. Don't forget it's still 65 workers to 40. Lambo is still up 30 army supplies, but there's almost no banelings in here. There's 1 Infestor. It doesn't quite have a fungal yet, but it's getting closer and closer right now. Could hit a fungal, and that would be kind of big. Zealots will get taken out. 7 workers also dying. Infestor man dies. Bad control on Lambo's side. Of course, this is the West server. It makes it really difficult to control. As these Mutas are now idling in the dead space until they get pulled in by the Stalkers, will end up falling. Here comes the final fight of the game. It is now or never, and it seems to me like it is going to be, well, not the last fight of the game at all. We're gonna have another fight in this game. Oh my god. Sometimes the tree of life continues giving, and that's definitely the case here as we're eating its delicious fruits. As this is one of the greatest games that I've watched in my entire life. These Archons being taken out. Purification Nova, big hit. 3 Ravagers, 1 Roach, blink forward. Lambo in trouble. Lambo in shambles, but the Disruptor count is in shambles as well. Lambo now trying to get in with a Link Flood. Can he connect with these Biles on top of those Immortals, on top of those Archons? I do not know. Here comes the Link flank as there is no more Archons remaining. These Links are going to be very useful. Can we get Biles on top of this Prism? Yes, we can. And just like Obama in 2008, Lambo is going to do it. He's cleaning up the opposition. And 67 army supplied at 35. 14 workers have fallen, and that means that now a macro game might be possible here for Cyan, who actually is going to snipe this base as well. 1 more drone gets taken out, has the Stalkers out with +3 upgrades. And this is one hell of a game. What an exciting match we have on our hands. Cyan mining from 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 patches. 2, 3, 4, 5. This one's also empty. So 3 times 4. Remember the 1. 12 patches. While Lambo is mining from 8 over here, 4 over here, and 1 in the main base. So it is 12 versus 13 patches. What a huge advantage here for Lambo, who's completely out mining his opponent. Oi, 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 oi. Link's trying to run in, pretending like they can get some damage, but that is simply not possible. This is unrealistic, as the cannon is going to get some juicy kills over here. Cyan playing the game of a lifetime. +2 melee finally on the way. But is it perhaps too little, too late? I do not know. It is so hard for me to see. 14 Stalkers are out on the map, as We're going to continue here fighting. Archons are out as well. We have... Oh, how many Ravagers is that? 20 Ravagers. That is almost twice the amount of 8. That is more than twice the amount of 8. That is a lot of Ravagers, because 8 Ravagers is already a large amount of Ravagers. Lynx here trying to take out these Archons. That never really works, especially not if the Archons are this well upgraded. Yeah, the single zealot going in for a run by as a forward base is being taken by Lambo. I think it would be wise here for Cyan to try and take a fort as well. So far has been doing all of this from just a mere 3 bases. Dark Shrine now in construction. Oh, what a genius this guy is. He says, hey, my opponent has a lot of units, but does he have detection? The answer is yes, but it could have been no. And if it would have been no, that could have just been a win right there. 138 supply to 107 as these Ravagers continue pushing forward. You know what this game is going to be about right now? It's going to be about guts. The cojones to do what is right. Especially when it feels wrong. And right now, that is going to be Hive. It's going to be a fort base. It is Lambo who anticipates a future in which he will have more than 50 drones. In which he will be able to pull disruptors into his own Ravager force. That is the type of future that Lambo wants. That is the type of future that Lambo imagines. And he is ready to fight for that future as well. 2 disruptors are being chrono boosted out, except without the chrono boost. So they're just being constructed. No! There is a chrono boost now. Would you look at that? I can see into the future. I can see into Cyan's mind. And God, is it brilliant. This forward base, genius. You know what we're missing here? Unironically, Storm. If Storm would start researching right now and 3 Templars get added into the comp, you know how big that would be? That would be genius. The only thing you can lose to right now, Vipers and Baneling Ling. What the Storm counter? Both. Or well, the feedback counters the Viper and the Storm counters everything else. 2 DTs now get warped. Where are you? Okay, it's gonna be sent in. This is exciting. This is quick. Okay, I hope I don't get copyright striked. Oh, there's a major fight actually going on at the same time. Huge damage as these Vipers are being taken out. 16 drones have died already. There's no Banelings in this army, but that's a lot of Ravagers. Did the Disruptors do their job properly? I am not so sure. Will these Ravagers be capable of taking it home? Cyan up in supply, up in upgrades, and up in everything else as well, as Lambo is seeing his chances of winning this series disappear like a goat constructed out of butter in front of a very heavy desert sun. Zealots connecting with the Ravagers, and that is going to be it today. With this series, with this game, with Group D, we have our winners, we have our losers, we have everything we have ever wanted. Was the audio actually lagging? That is so sad. Ta 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 ta. Well, that's going to be it, my friends, for today. Do a loser's interview? Nah, I'm good. Thank you for the 50 BGN, Stanislav Laskov. I don't know what BGN for a currency is, but it's the Bulgarian laugh. Oh, wow. It's actually very kind. Love to see it. Love to see it. Yeah, thank you so much, Stanislav Laskov. I hope to see all of you next time. as well. That, my dear friends, is going to be it for me today. I'll be back after the weekend, as I'll be taking a break during the rest of, well, during the weekend. I won't be here. It's tough luck. Maybe on the Sunday, we'll see about that. I'm not, yeah, maybe tomorrow as well. Yeah, we'll see. I'll see how life unfolds itself over the next 24 hours. Thanks anyway for watching. I hope you all enjoyed it. If you did, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. New video comes online tonight in about an hour and a half from now. Is what I'm guesstimating. And yeah, that's going to be it. Ciao, ciao.